Okay, I want to call the meeting of November 29th to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Vilsack, Councilmember Coop,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. For the record, 5 present.
Okay, so our first item tonight is a closed session on labor negotiations. We'll go to the public to see if anyone wants to comment on this item. So if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands. So if I could get a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so it's a motion to go into closed session. Start. So Councilmember Tanaka has not arrived. Councilmember Filseth. It's not. Councilmember Filseth is online. Let's see. Well, maybe that's one of these stations. My bad. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, so we're supposed to be in closed session for an hour, and then we will return. Thank you. Okay, we're going to return from closed session with no reportable action. Our second item tonight is special orders of the day. It's one of our monthly updates from one of our nonprofits, and tonight it's the YMCA. And so this is something I started this year. I think I found it useful. I hope the rest of council has found this useful as well. So if you guys would like to go ahead and please start.
Okay. Oh, now it's good. Cool. This is Lisa Yu. I'm the current chairperson of the Board of Managers at the Palo Alto Family YMCA. The Y is more than just a gym. We have always been involved with the community with programs that will help the community. So one of our main focus is on developmental assets built up within youth. And we do that through Project Cornerstone programs such as the ABC program in schools and also the Take It Personal workshops for parents and other caring adults. And we also integrate the project, the developmental assets into all programs that we administer. So today I have with me Anna from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, and also Erica from our Youth Mental Health Task Force. And they are going to give you updates on the specific programs that we're running here at the Y. And at the end, our director, Executive Director, Delazio, will come up and recap, add more context, and wrap up the presentation. So right now, I'm going to turn it over to Anna for the DEI program.
Thank you, Elisa. Good evening. My name is Anna Simões. I've been at the board of the Palo Alto Family YMCA for 10 years now. And I'm the chair of the Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. It's a great honor to be here today representing this fine institution. Thank you for the opportunity. As you may know, recently, 6 Gun high school students filed a claim against the school district for violent acts of racism and bullying. Unfortunately, these were not isolated events, right? There were multiple attacks. One of the students was taken to the hospital. 2 of them were taken to the school nurse at different occasions, right, for injuries. And this, it is heartbreaking to see that today in Palo Alto, we have violent acts of racism and prejudice happening in our community. The YMCA has been focusing on diversity and inclusion since its beginning, right? Perhaps the most iconic example of that was the Nobel Peace Prize in 1946 that was awarded to the American John Raleigh Mott, who was then head of the YMCA, for, and I quote, where is that? Having contributed to the creation of a peace-promoting religious brotherhood across national boundaries. This is the spirit that we want to implement in Palo Alto today. Elisa mentioned quickly the developmental assets. In Palo Alto, we have implemented, or in Silicon Valley, we have implemented the 41st developmental assets, which is based on positive cultural identity. And we would like to see a community that is more diverse and more inclusive in all levels, and would love to join forces with you to make that happen. And I'll leave you now to Erica Buck.
Hi, my name is Erica Buck, and I have served on the board since March of this year. In addition to being on the board, I previously worked for the Palo Alto Family YMCA several years ago during the second suicide cluster and experienced firsthand the devastating impact this had on the teen youth and government participants. As a result of that experience, youth mental health is not only important to the Y, but to me as well. The Y remains committed to supporting youth through the 41 developmental assets. The Y works towards strategies to show that the community values youth. We want young people to know that adults in their communities value them. As a member of the WISE Youth Mental Health Task Force, we are using several strategies to address this issue. We have met with the executive director of Project Safety Net and plan to become a member of their council, as well as providing collaborative workshops on suicide prevention. We will be meeting next week with Anna Soto and her team from Alto, Palo Alto to discuss collaboration opportunities and the possibility of developing a workshop or a program that focuses on addressing parent stress and support. I would now like to turn things over to Delazio Emerson, the WISE Executive Director, for closing remarks.
Well, good evening. Thank you, Elisa, Anna, and Erica. Also, thank you, Mayor DuBois and City Council panels and those hearing here on the meeting today virtually. My name is Delazio Emerson. I'm the Executive Director of the Palo Alto and East Palo Alto YMCAs. And I can say for over 150 years, the YMCA has been meeting the needs of communities around the world. And although the needs may vary community to community, the mission of the YMCA remains the same. And that's to build strong kids, strong families, and strong communities through programs and activities in which we offer. Those programs include youth development, social responsibility, and also programs focusing on your seniors, Parkinson's disease, youth diabetes, and others. We are not able to do this alone. We realize that we're not the subject matter experts in all of these areas, and we rely on strategic partnerships and collaborations in order to make that happen. As I promised to be brief, the team talked about diversity and inclusion. As we continue to look at diversity and inclusion, we realize that there's a lot of work that's been done in Palo Alto community already in these circumstances. And we're looking for ways to connect to those opportunities and those individuals who feel as passionate as we are about making a difference in youth mental health and diversity. Lastly, I would like to leave an ask. And that ask is consider us as you consider your DEI and your youth mental health agenda. We would love to participate. And the YMCA is open, and we hope that you'll stop by and see us sometime soon as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for giving us the update tonight. And if you want to email council with contact information in case we have questions, but thank you very much for coming in tonight in person. So we're going to move on with our agenda. Our third item tonight is a study session about safe routes to schools. And there's a member of staff maybe online. If you'd like to go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you. And good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. I'm Philip Kemi, Chief Transportation Official from the Office of Transportation. And tonight we are here to present the Safe Routes to School annual report for the 2020-2021 school year. Just to remind everyone that last year, the annual report was sent to council as an informational report due to the pandemic. And so Safe Routes staff are really happy to be here with you tonight. And joining me tonight to present this report is Rose Mesterhazy, one of our 2 Safe Routes to School coordinators. And as you will hear, last year's pandemic school year really challenged the Safe Routes team, as it did other city staff as well. But it really challenged the Safe Routes to School staff, and they really stepped up by pivoting to lessons via Zoom, video, and other remote modes. So after the presentation, Rose, Jose Palma, who is our other Safe Routes to School coordinator, and Sylvia Starlack, our transportation planning manager, and I will all be available to answer any of your questions. And with that, I'll hand it to Rose.
Thanks, Philip. Good evening, Council. I'm Rose Mesterhazy, City of Palo Alto Safe Routes to School coordinator, and we're excited to present this report to you following last year's hiatus. Today's report is about the previous school year Safe Routes to School focused pandemic wellness and recovery efforts to integrate daily physical activity into student and parent schedules, foster student independence, academic achievement, and a sense of place and belonging within the community, reduce traffic congestion and air pollution around schools, and promote equitable social and emotional life skills that reduce stress, improve access, and increase quality of life. Next slide, please. Last year tested the resilience of the 40+ year Safe Routes to School partnership, as both parents and school districts faced daunting challenges in adapting to pandemic-related social distancing protocols. Safe Routes to School partners rose to meet these challenges, reminding families that walking and biking for daily exercise was more important than ever. The energy, enthusiasm, and dedication of the many parents, staff, and community members is reflected in this Bike Everywhere Day family ride event organized by Greendale parent Nicole Hindley and Greendale educator Maria Abelak. Next slide, please. We also recognize the 30+ parent volunteer transportation safety representatives and supporters, without whom key Safe Routes to School events and policies would have not moved forward. Special thanks to PTAC Parent Transportation Safety Chair Jim Flasterer for his continued leadership. We wish him well as his children graduate out of the district next year. Next slide. We would also like to thank district partners, Don Austin, Terry Curtis, Mike Jacobs, Eric Holm, Victoria Maya, Carolyn Chow, Ron Ellis, and Chuck McDonald for supporting active and inclusive transportation encouragement messaging like those shown above, for assisting with on-campus event scheduling, and for providing continued administrative and engineering-related support. Next slide, please. Most importantly, PAUSD was one of the few school districts to continue providing compulsory classroom-based K-8 pedestrian and bicycle safety education during the pandemic. The city Safe Routes to School team collaborated with educators, school administrators, and school secretaries to provide 30 to 45 minutes of direct online instruction to more than 150 PAUSD elementary school classrooms, or 5,942 students. And for the first time, at the request of district administrators, online instruction was also provided to 7th grade students. While roughly the same number of students were educated in a normal year, students received about half the number of instructional minutes in alignment with PAUSD halved instructor teaching time. Although classrooms were receptive to the online adaptation of the ped bike safety instruction, the Safe Routes to School team is hopeful for a return to the classroom and for more hands-on instruction this spring, as Educator post-lesson survey findings included almost 80% of educators favoring in-person rather than online lessons. Canceled or modified in-person educational events included the PTA-supported 8th grade Getting to High School and 6th grade PTA back to school bike safety events. 3rd grade bike rodeos were temporarily converted into opt-in summer classes with more than 100 participants. And Bike Palo Alto, which was rescheduled as a virtual ride this year, will hopefully continue in person next year. Next slide, please. Typically, bike count and travel tally data are conducted yearly. However, since the previous year was such a statistical outlier due to the number of students that were distance learning, meaningful data could not be collected. Initial data from this year's bike rack counts pointed to declines in active transportation mode share. Next slide, please. But this year's bike rack counts did not tell the whole story. Once classroom-based travel tally data accounted for pedestrians, increases in walking compensated for the decreases in biking. Compared with 2019 data, 11 out of 17 schools reported pedestrian bike increases of more than 2%. 3 schools reported no change or decreases of less than 2%, and 3 schools reported declines of more than 2%. Congratulations to Hoover Elementary for showing the greatest increase in active transportation counts from 2019 at 11%. As you can see from the table above, pedestrian bike data increased by an average of 4% across the district since 2016, continuing to show the minimum 1% year-over-year mode share growth experienced in pre-pandemic years. Potential explanatory factors for this unanticipated and extremely encouraging growth include jumps in recreational family biking and bike purchases during the pandemic, more parents working from home, and a potential enrollment drop in the school population of parents that may have preferred driving to school. I also think that parent encouragement activities played a role as well. A 66% average response rate, as well as 5% data differential between what was reported by PTA administered bike rack count data versus what was self-reported by students in the classroom administered hand travel tally supports a high level of confidence in this data. We're currently working with the district to secure school level bus count data. And as with every year, weather variations, date of data collection, absenteeism, classroom tally participation rates, school-based special events, and volunteer bike count calculation errors can also impact the validity of this preliminary data. Next slide, please. Last year, the Safe Routes to School team also administered an active transportation elementary school commute parent survey to better understand their comparatively lower rates of active school commuting. Although only 12% of parents responded to the information request, it is still worth noting that the most frequent response from parents who do not currently permit their children to walk to school to consider doing so was greater access to protected pathways, as you can see in the highlighted yellow field above. Next slide, please. Amidst proposed budget cuts to PAPD staffing and crossing guards, council members, parents, and community advocates rallied to restore program funding for 29 school crossing guards. Although budget cuts led to the elimination of the Palo Alto Police Department traffic team, officers continue making themselves available during arrival and dismissal times at the request of school communities. Officers further support student compliance with bike safety protocols by providing helmets to students in need. The photo on the left is of our hardworking e-bike hauling helmets from Stanford to City Hall. Next slide, please. The Safe Routes to School partnership also implemented the following programs to support families from historically underrepresented and economically adverse communities that experience disproportionate transportation safety impacts. A summer adaptive cycling pilot for 20 exceptional needs PAUSD summer school students and parents, as shown in the photo on the left. 5 city-funded socially distanced PTA secondary bike repair events, shown on the right. Holiday donations of more than 27 bikes, helmets, and locks via PAUSD parents, Gary Beery, Hong Kwan, and the Silicon Valley Bike Exchange. A Black History Month inspired Ruby Bridges winter walk and bike to school event. And city-led bilingual Spanish language parent presentations to more than 30 voluntary transfer program parent participants. Next slide, please. Safe Routes to School focused engineering efforts that supported the build-out of low-stress transportation networks last year included completion of the Charleston and Rostradero Phase 2 project, as seen in the photo on the top left, council approval to move forward with the next phase of the South Palo Alto Bikeways project, as shared by the top center and right photo examples of potential treatments, the placement of new bike racks at the Palo Alto Children's Library, as shared in the photo on the bottom left, ongoing city school district conversations around moving forward with the Churchill Avenue Bikeways project, and the installation of more than 250 20-mile-per-hour speed limit signs around 27 public and private schools, as shared in the photo on the bottom right. Next slide, please. Palo Alto parents and students generated the most notable wins in the previous school year, with near 100% volunteer-led and organized family encouragement events and activities held in alignment with county pandemic guidelines. Some of these events included a 12-participant family ice cream ride pictured in the lower right-hand corner, an 18-participant Bike Everywhere Day family ride pictured previously, a 15-participant Gun Fletcher Getting to High School student ride pictured here on the left, 7 school-based walk and chalk return to school PTA encouragement events pictured in the next slide, and the development of new student-led bike clubs at both Palo and Gunn, pictured in the upper right. Next slide, please. With the full support of the partnership, City Safe Routes to School staff partly or fully completed more than 86% of year 4 work plan strategies amidst budget cuts, crossing guard bus driver shortages and staff turnover, modified school parking and transportation plans, and social distancing policies limiting both student and parent presence on campus, and missed, reduced, or delayed hands-on pedestrian bike safety educational programming. Next slide, please. Balancing the challenges and successes of 2020-21, ongoing city PAUSD and PTAC input are vital to prioritizing and implementing this and next year's work plan amidst the following challenges and priorities. Responding to a 550% increase in the number of Safe Routes to School summer and fall semester community support requests from about typically 20 to about 130, updating the next 5-year action plan, recruiting new parent leadership, formalizing the recently drafted Equity and Inclusion Action Plan, providing the feedback and resources needed to accommodate the school communities and neighborhoods that may be impacted by the school district's temporary rehousing of elementary schools at the Greendale site, identifying resources to support the collection and analysis of longitudinal local transportation collision data, integrating more sustainability considerations into Safe Routes to School conversations by partnering with PAUSD Green Teams and the Office of Sustainability, and conducting more hands-on community outreach, and lastly, advancing student bike safety as part of the South Palo Alto Churchill Avenue Bikeways Connecting Palo Alto and Palo Alto Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plans. Thank you again for your longstanding commitment to prioritizing the transportation safety needs of children and family. Safe Routes to School goals and objectives are the cornerstone of a safer, more sustainable, and equitable transportation environment for current and future generations. And we are thrilled that this year's data outcomes continue to trend toward this community consensus. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you for that. We'll go to members of the public for comment, and then we'll come back to council. First speaker is Arno Bolins.
Dear City Council members and Mayor Boys, my name is Arno Bolins, and I'm a volunteer for Safe Routes.
Sorry, Arno, you have a lot of static for some reason.
Let's see. Is it better?
Yeah, we can kind of make it out. Just
Sorry. Dear City Council members and Mayor Boys, my name is Arno Bolins, and I'm a volunteer for Safe Routes to School. First of all, I would like to thank Rose and Jose for their great work. Despite the past year's challenging circumstances, students were able to complete their road safety training that helps to facilitate many community events, such as bicycle repair events and community events. In addition, I would also like to thank you, the City Council, for their continued support. This includes ensuring the funding for the crossing guards, approval of the Charles and project phase 3, and moving forward with the South Palo Alto Bypass project. All these decisions help tremendously to keep our students safe on their way to and from school.
Arno, I'm really sorry. We can't really understand you. If you want, we'll come back to you at the end if you have a way to, maybe you could call in on your phone.
Thank you.
Sorry. Our next speaker is Penny Elson.
Good evening. I'm Penny Elson, a former PAUSD parent who continues to enjoy walking and biking in Palo Alto. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, very well.
Thank you, Tom. I want to thank council, city staff, PTA leaders and parents, and PAUSD partners who stepped up to support Safe Routes to School through this time and in many ways, volunteering time, supporting the fast pivot to online learning, finding creative ways to keep families walking and biking for health, recreation, and transportation through a truly disruptive moment. It's heartening to see in tonight's staff report that the results have been good in a moment when we feared the challenges of COVID might undo decades of work encouraging alternative communities. Thank you for steadfastly working as partners to meet the needs of Palo Alto people, especially school-bound children who walk and bike. As the city begins restoring projects and programs that were cut or reduced due to COVID impacts on city revenues, Safe Routes to School has urgent funding needs to consider, including a need for additional funding for data collection, especially injury collision data, to help us identify safety problems and solutions, and to inform planning and prioritization of short and long-term projects and programs. Please restore staff funding to help coordinate education and encouragement for older students and youth. Traffic safety learning has been pushed online, and students have missed critical in-person on-bike experiences. They need brush-ups on bike handling and safety skills as they move back to riding in greater numbers. Also, please restore engineering staff. This is going to be very important to support planning and the upcoming bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan process to ensure well-planned outcomes, including on new school routes as PAUSD opens Cubberley and Greendale to elementary schools during bond measure construction. Thank you for your past support of Safe Routes to School and of our community's children. And please help fill these gaps that have emerged during the pandemic due to budget cuts. Thank you for your time this evening.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is David Cole.
Hello, City Council and Mayor. My name's David Cole, and I'm a team member for the Bike Palo Alto effort. Wow, the report from Safe Routes to School is just amazing, and major kudos to the staff who have been working under adverse conditions. I'll echo Penny's comments as well. This is the type of thing that we really need to fill in the gaps to our SCAP goals of 80% reduction by 2030. We are 10% short, and this type of effort is exactly the type of thing that we need to make sure is fully funded so that we continue to make progress in this area, along with fully funding the bike and pedestrian update plan as that continues. Safe Route to School has seen generations of kids growing up and going through the program such that they become bicycling adults later on. Just imagine if we had 50% more cars at all of our schools dropping off kids, this would be unmanageable. So again, major kudos to the staff. Council, please continue to fund in the future these efforts fully, along with the bike and pedestrian plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roberta Alquist.
This is Arnold Boelens again. I'm not Roberta, but I got unmuted.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened to Roberta. Hang on one second.
Sure.
Go now. Yeah. Roberta, can you go ahead?
Yes.
Sorry, please try again. Roberta, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I'm pleased that there have been efforts to make the bike trails and walking more safe in Palo Alto. With the weather exceptionally lovely, for the past week or two, there are many more bikes out, and there are pedestrians. And we work with some homeless people who are also walking in the streets. And I think there might be more ways to support those people who are having a hard time getting across the street in time for the lights and at a stop sign. We'd like to also ask that in the downtown area, you provide more hours for homeless people to go to the downtown library. It's only open 8 hours total, 2 days a week. And we're anxious to have people who are going to be facing the rain either on bikes or walking to be able to have a place to go to keep dry and warm. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our last speaker will be Arnaud Bolins. And Arnaud, you sounded much better.
Okay, great, thanks. I switched device. Dear City Council members and Mayor Du Bois, my name is Arnaud Boelens and I'm a volunteer for Safe Routes to School. First of all, I would like to thank Rose and Jose for their great work. Despite the past year's challenging circumstances, students were able to complete their road safety training and they helped to facilitate many community events, such as bicycle repair events and community rides. In addition, I would like to thank you, City Council, for their continued support. This includes ensuring funding for the crossing guards, approval of the Charleston Arrestadero project phase 3, and moving forward with the South Palo Alto Bikeways project. Also, these decisions help tremendously to keep our students safe on their way to and from school. Lastly, I think there are two important lessons that can be learned from the ongoing success of Safe Routes to School. One, Safe Routes to School shows that with encouragement and investment in infrastructure, it is possible to convince people to walk and ride their bicycles instead of driving their car. And two, instead of continuing to rely on the outdated level of service metric, Safe Routes to School has significantly reduced traffic congestion at schools by providing convenient and safe alternatives to driving. I hope the city take these important lessons into consideration as it works on achieving its climate change goals and deals with traffic congestion throughout the city. Again, thank you for all your support.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll come back to council for questions, comments. Pat.
Thank you. So thanks again to everybody on our staff and all the volunteers who have been carrying this weight of a really tremendous program. And I think David Cole was making the point of where would we be in normal times on peak hour traffic if not for Safe Routes to School? I didn't see in the presentation the baseline, maybe it was there all the way back on the fine print, but what was our PED and bike mode share before Safe Routes to School, basically 30 or so years ago? As I recall, is in the neighborhood of 20%.
Oh, I thought it was less than that. It was 10.
Thank you. That's a great question. I'm not sure if our first year of reporting on that table includes Safe Routes to School programming. I believe that it does. So I'm not sure if we have offhand pre-Safe Routes counts.
Okay.
I'm waiting for staff to verify that. But I think what you see is a pretty steady rise. With the few hiccups, but ongoing kind of rise. Obviously had a little bit of a hiccup last year, the pandemic, and a little bit of shift apparently, coming into this year with pedestrians and bicycles, but still ongoing growth in the program overall.
So I suspect Penny Elson would be able to provide that number, but the point is that I think it's very important that the community really understand not just how much we're improving still year by year, and that's a great accomplishment, but where would we be if this program hadn't been initiated? And that's pretty even more striking and more valuable. And I recall attending a conference a number of years ago where there were our Safe Routes to School program was featured in a state conference, and the comparison to other communities in the state and nationally was also striking. I don't know if staff has any of those comparisons.
Yeah, and nationally rates of biking are about 2% in comparison with our rates of biking, which are at, according to this data, about 32%
Wow.
as of 2021.
Wow.
That's just biking as well.
I really encourage those comparisons of where we were without this and where we are compared to others to get promoted more, because without that, I think the community appreciates the program, but still underappreciates it. And there was discussion about what parents and students would be looking for to have further mode shift. And protected pathways was foremost. And so have we aligned, and I don't need you to go into the details tonight, but have we aligned what are feasible locations for protected pathways in our bike plan and the prioritization for further enhancing safe routes to school? So are those things getting knitted?
Yeah, so thanks. That will be actually part of what we will consider as our bike and ped transportation plan update, which will be starting later this year. Really, not just connecting the bike network, but how does the bike network connect with our safe routes to schools? So that'll be a really important, say even critical part of our bike and ped transportation plan update. But yes, generally they do consider that.
Great, thanks. So lastly, a comment. A couple of the speakers spoke about needs to restore some of the functions that we find valuable or add to the program. And as we all know that our city budget was particularly hard hit, we're not in a position to restore the position reductions that occurred in a year and a half ago, and not for in the near future to be able to do that. And so I just want us to appeal to our partners at PAUSD, whose students this program serves. They have been more committed to this program gradually over the years. This has been a program that the city has funded and volunteers have incredibly supported. And now the PAUSD is stepping up more, but to request that they come forward and be fuller partners in the program going forward. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember McCormick.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Good evening, Safe Routes to School team. I'm reminded reading this report that the pandemic was difficult for everyone in every program in different ways. So thanks to everyone who attempted to keep it going the best you could. So a few questions. Spare the air alerts. What do we recommend to kids when there's a spare the air alert? Do we still suggest that they bike to school, or is there some other accommodation?
I can take a stab at that. That is part of an ongoing conversation that we want to have with the district, especially as the district recently adopted a safe routes to school policy. There isn't a particular fixed position on that, but we do understand that there's two ways to look at spare the air alerts, whether walking and biking are encouraged, or I think typically we want to make sure that language is as inclusive as possible when the district shares any public communication. And so that tends to be our priority. But we know that spare the air alerts do impact children walking or biking to school. And we do ask that metrics not be taken on days where there are spare the air alerts, because that will have some impact.
Yeah, and of course, there are wildfire season stretches now from August when school starts and well into the fall, so it can really affect the beginning. So thanks. I'm glad we're already paying attention to that. And my next questions are about collisions. So I'm on, I'm on the packet page 20 from whenever ago we had this. It says that there were 103 collisions, and we get that information from the police department. Is that per year, per month? How do we interpret that number? And I don't, I guess I'm on page 7 of the, is it an attachment? No, page 7 of the staff report itself at the top.
That's typically reported out by our, by the police department monthly at our city school transportation safety committee meetings. And I believe that is based on collision reports that are shared with, that are completed and submitted.
That are filed, yeah.
Officers, but we do recognize that there are a lot of challenges in aggregating transportation injury data, limited staff capacity, the underreporting of pedestrian and bicycle crashes, the lack of available solo bike crash data, integrating collision severity into the data set, even identifying what data set to work with, really complicate this number.
Yeah, I'll come to that in a minute, Ms. Mesterhazy. I'm really wondering if that's a monthly or annual number, that number.
Oh, that's an annual number.
Okay, all right, better than monthly. And then I noted that the staff report went into that you were just touching on page 10. I just tried, but my Alto 311 app, whatever, has stopped working. Can people report bike accidents on Palo Alto 311 today?
Well,
and yeah.
So yeah, I'll speak to that a little bit. I mean, really what the 311 system is designed to do is to help us be informed about where there may be something that needs to be addressed. So to the extent that a collision, well, first I would say, depending on severity, you might want to contact PD would be your first contact, or emergency, medical help if necessary. But if those are not necessary, if there is something that appears to be wrong with the roadway, or something that you believe or somebody believes might be causing an unsafe situation, that's the kind of stuff that we'd love to have reported in 311 so that we can identify and evaluate if there can be any improvements made.
Okay, yeah, and I've done that once myself, heading on the sidewalk and seeing, oh my gosh, school is starting and this all needs to be trimmed, and staff was on it in under 24 hours. I encourage you to think a little bit more broadly, and I realize that 311 connects to the Acela system, et cetera, and it wasn't designed for this. But to the extent that we can train everybody who lives and works here to be like, oh, there's a problem, how do I tell the city? They just pop open Palo Alto 311 on their app, and it's less about code enforcement and more about, how do I provide information? And if it's not Palo Alto 311, we're going to have something else, because people are going to want to pull out their phone, and that's something that a bystander can do. Oh my gosh, I can, let me take the photo, that kind of thing. So I realize I've spent a lot of time on this, but each time there is a collision, it really affects the family, and people tell the story 10 times, and we just want to be sure that we incorporate this information in. So I don't want to end on unhappy statistics. I see my time is up, but I just want to say that it is going to be increasingly difficult going forward as people start driving more, and to manage the conflicts. I see it all the time, and I'm sure you guys do as well. So anything we can do collectively to manage the conflicts between cars and bicycles, I think everyone's out of practice. So just encourage us to think about that. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to make one final note on that, just to note that, our statistics that we get on the collisions come from reports that are submitted to the police department. So that's really the database, and that, is shared not just with us, but shared in a broader sense, the kind of collisions that occur.
Councilmember Stone, did you have your light on?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple questions and then some comments. One, I'm curious, are we seeing any increase in students using the Arrastadero protected bike lanes over Maybell? That was a concern when I used to work at Gunn. Anytime I would take, if I ever took Maybell, I was always amazed at the amount of students that would be biking along Maybell, and really kind of stretched out 4 or 5 students blocking the road, and other cars being in a rush to get to work, trying to go. It always looked like a very dangerous situation. And then when I would drive along Arrastadero, always concerned of not seeing as many students as I would imagine we would like to see along those protected bike lanes. Have we seen any movement there as far as students have gone to, I think, understand how to use those, or are we still seeing Maybell being used as kind of like the primary way for students to get to Fletcher and Gunn?
Yeah, so I can only respond that anecdotally, we've heard that people are using it, but also Charleston Arrestadero is not quite done yet. So I think probably when it's really fully completed, that's when we go out and do bike counts.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that will definitely help. I think we're going to really need to work with the school district to really kind of increase sort of an educational campaign there to make sure students are aware of that. And I think also trying to recognize the reality of how students interact with each other and wanting to bike with their friends and finding a way to try to encourage them to get into those protected bike lanes. I know they don't want to. I've talked to several of my former students on that issue where they are not excited to use a single file bike lane because they can't then chat with all their friends, and they prefer things like Maybell so they can spread out and chat while they're biking. But that's creating a safety hazard and not utilizing this infrastructure as it's intended to. So would encourage us continue to find ways to increase that kind of educational component, I guess. I guess just another kind of like softball question. I mean, is there anything where the city can do to be able to just kind of further support safe routes? I mean, I agree with the vice mayor. We really need to have, I'd love to be able to see the school district get more involved here, but what can the city do to be able to become stronger partners than we already are?
I'm not sure if staff has anything that they'd specifically like to mention, but the city's been a really strong partner of safe routes. I think helping to connect with our PAUSD counterparts and getting really active commitment from the parents. You saw the list of the 30 or so volunteers that this program really thrives operating on. So that's something that really, we depend on, is the active volunteering and assistance in this. And it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a little bit challenging coming out of the pandemic, getting up to speed and noting that we have kind of a big challenge ahead of us with the school district's upcoming move to Greendale for 2 of their elementary schools over the next 3 years.
And I was sure if Rose, if you wanted to add, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thanks for the softball question. I do think that we need additional support in integrating youth as a 4th partner of our Safe Routes to School partnership. You worked at Gunn. We have Safe Routes to School student representatives, both from Gunn and Palo. Having those eyes on the street is very, very helpful. And we also recognize that high school students are such a different demographic and can have so much of an impact that we currently don't have the resources to attend to developing the kind of programming that would really integrate Safe Routes to School conversations into, say, for example, sustainability conversations, which are robust and really happening at the high schools, and connecting those dots for students to help grow Safe Routes to School as a major way of mitigating climate change via transportation, via active transportation. Additionally, we mentioned data and having resources to aggregate data, especially with regards to injuries. As Councilmember McCormick mentioned, that's going to take a lot of work, and it's a priority, high priority for us to do that. And then lastly, updating our walk and roll maps. Some of them have been developed in 2016 that once again takes a considerable amount of effort to update and keep current. And we want to make sure those maps are not only updated and current, but align with the kind of technology that people are using to get where they need to go, whether that's Google Maps or audio turn-by-turn directions. So that's an area that we're really, or make it more approachable for youth and others to also access these maps. So those are 3 wish list items I think we would ask for the holidays.
Great. Well, you must have played softball because you hit it out of the park. And sorry, I also really appreciate you talking about the sustainability piece, because I think that's a great area to be able to market this for students. I mean, they're so interested in sustainability issues and want to get involved in the city and be able to help in that area. If we could market in a way of pointing out the sustainability piece there is going to be really helpful. And then I'll just kind of create my because I'm out of time, my statement into a kind of a question. If you can just confirm yes or no. Or you mentioned that at the high school levels we have student engagement there, some sort of partnership. Do we have that at the middle school levels? A couple of years ago when I worked at JLS, I was the 7th grade kind of student council advisor, and we worked closely on trying to encourage greater not only biking to school for students, but also greater focus on bike safety as well. And did a really great event, partnered with Safe Routes to School. Are we continuing? Do we still have a partnership there with students at the middle school level as well? And is that being as developed and robust as at the high school level?
We mainly have event-based student engagement, and we had some awesome events this fall that were well participated in by JLS students. I would love to see representatives and leadership at the middle school level as well, and that is something with more resources we could continue to build out.
Great. I think that would be really important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other council hands, so I think we will end this study session. Oh, I'm sorry. Lydia put her hand up. Thanks, Lydia.
Thank you. First I just want to say congratulations on the great job that you all did with building this whole Safe Route to School program. I concur that the priorities of gathering the data, especially the injury data, is very important. And you did mention maps, so that would be another area to update on. One of the areas that I was just kind of wondering, you kind of touched on it, Ms. Mesterhazy. Sorry.
Rosie.
At the high school level, when do you do continuing education for the older youth? Simply because when I am out about on the road and I see the very young, they are eye contact. They stop on the road, they give me eye contact, and then when I give them the nod, they go ahead and cross, or they give me the nod and I go ahead and go. But they follow the rules, and then you can expect and know what they're going to do. When they're going to turn, they do their hand signals. When they're going to stop, they do so there's kind of, I know what they're going to do, just like when you're driving, you know what the driver ahead of you is going to do on the side. But when it comes to some of the older kids, there's just I have no idea what they're about to do. Some of them are riding with no hands, and so every time their body shifts a little bit, their bike goes somewhere else. And they're also, because the time is also, it gets darker earlier, there are times that there's a group out there that I don't see at all because they have no lights on, not back, not front, and that's really worrisome. So I was wondering, does these kind of continuing education continue to happen at the higher school levels, just so that we know that they're reminded of such things, stopping or at least coming to a yield at stop signs and making sure that there isn't cars coming, especially in the dark, riding side by side, and taking up space and not really paying attention to the accumulation of cars coming behind them. I mentioned the no hands, and then I mentioned about expectations. So when you're sharing the road, there's also expectations that you have to give out to other people who are using the road, right? stop signs. So I just want to know that these are going to be continuing education for as the children grow older. I mean, the young ones really impress me with them following and just making sure that everybody knows what they're going to do. So it's very impressive. It's just when they get older. So I just kind of would like to know that that is continuing. But I also heard you say, respond to Councilmember Stone, that it's at the middle school and the high school level that you need more of the interaction there. So how would you think that you would go about getting it?
Mhm.
And I understand they're teenagers, you know, bicycle is freedom. I mean, at least for me, when I was young, the bicycle was my way to kind of go wherever I wanted to go. When my mom said, I can't take you, you know, I'll jump on my bike. But there is also still limitations of their life, you know.
Yeah, so you're absolutely correct. And that's part of the challenge, you know, unfortunately, of having people that are really comfortable on bicycles is as they become more comfortable, they feel less risk averse. So that is a challenge. And that's something that, you know, we try and deal with, you know, frankly, with infrastructure and other safety enhancements. We don't really have a high school program, but I'll let Rosie speak a little bit about, you know, what we do have for high school students.
So thank you for the positive feedback about the elementary schools and the younger students. First of all, that's very encouraging, and bodes well for our education programs, which typically end in 8th grade formally with our Getting to High School program. Education programs at the high school level have been a tough nut to crack, typically because there's a lot of peer pressure, and that's really how students follow norms. It's not about the classroom, and nor have we typically been able to establish a program, classroom-based programs, as a part of some sort of transportation safety education. There's been a lot of momentum for that, including the establishment of the Palo Bike Club, as well as the Gun Bike Club, the 2 safety representatives, this growing increase in bike repair at the high school level, discussion of career opportunities related to green and active transportation, as well as the connection with sustainability. So I really do see that as a growth area. We reached out to Youth for Community Services and have been having conversations with them about how to also create some sort of mentorship or youth leadership around bicycle and pedestrian safety and supporting active transportation opportunities. We're in preliminary conversations around having installations this spring at the high schools that on their lunch break, students can explore or participate in and get some good information about active transportation and transportation safety. So I agree with you completely. And I would like to see, again, this population, as you mentioned, is very different from like 1st graders, 2nd graders, 3rd graders. So we're going to need more resources to target those demographics, but the reward is so high because those are the kids going off to college, right? They're the ones making the ultimate decision about whether to drive or whether it's easy to get around town on foot or bike or by using the bus. So that our fingers on the pulse right now with youth and making that a priority for our partnership as well.
Thank you. And you know, all the best. Because I think that this is very important. Like you said, you know, they're on their way to college. And sometimes I'm reminded, can they sit through those, you know, when we get a ticket and we have to go and sit through the traffic class and it's like a full day. Is that something that we can have
Yes.
them do when
the
they
juvenile
break?
diversion program? We do have the juvenile diversion program for high school
you do?
students.
Okay, that's good.
That
All
are
right.
taught by the Palo Alto Police Department in conjunction with Stanford Injury Prevention. So students who are ticketed have the option of having their fee removed or reduced if they attend one of these bike safety education classes.
And do the parents have to go with them?
I don't believe so, but I can ground truth that with our colleagues at PAPD.
Okay. Well, thank you so much and keep up the great work. Thank you.
And with that, I see no further hands. So thank you very much for the update. Impressive coming out of the pandemic to see the stats that we're seeing. So thank you. So we're going to move on. We're at agenda changes, additions, and deletions. I don't think we have any. And so now we're on to public comment. This is for oral communications about things that are not otherwise on the agenda. So if you'd like to speak at this time, please raise your hand. I see only one speaker tonight. So Aaron James, you'll have 3 minutes.
So, I wanted to draw your attention to the Friday, November 26th Daily Post, where the reporter Braden Cartwright wrote a bit about a recent tweet by the police chief, Robert Josen. I don't agree with the police chief on things laid out in that tweet, and don't intend to try to cover the entire subject area tonight, but he wanted to blame Prop 47 and AB 109 for the recent surge in store heists. And, basically it's let's lock them up again. I mean, he really, in my estimation, and it's just my opinion, got to show his political colors here for a change. Extraordinarily, right-wing rhetoric. And, let's just lock them up is the way to do it. Let's continue with mass incarceration. And if we just have more cops on the street, everything will be fine, promoting his own department. But the bottom line is in Brown versus Plata, which led to AB 109, which the chief talks about, that was the realignment for inmates from the prison system to county jails. And there was a good reason for that. In Brown versus Plata, that was a 5-4 Supreme Court decision. Might not be decided the same way today with the current makeup of the court, but that's sort of an aside. They held that a prison that deprived prisoners of basic subsistence, including adequate medical care, and is incompatible, and mental health care is incompatible with the concept of human dignity, has no place in a civilized society. So, I'd love to sit down with the chief, but actually that's not going to ever happen. But in any event, I'm going to talk more about what I consider to be the sort of code language, racist discussion on what the solution is. Just lock up people for a longer period of time at $50,000, $100,000 a year. Make us not only make us the leading prison industrial complex in the world. We imprison 1 out of every 5 inmates in the entire planet. That's an appalling statistic, but let's even lock up more would be our right-wing chief's perspective on that. Anyway, on a positive note, I wanted to shout out to Allison Cormack for sending me an invitation to, if I want to attend an office meeting with her. I hope to do that, maybe not in December. It may not happen as soon as I'd like. And I wanted to let Greg Tanaka know and Luma Gardner that I apologize. I'm a little late on getting back to you on the materials on the hate crime and free speech issues there. Okay, so that's it for this evening. And Ed, I'm going to get back to you, of course, on my public records request that you haven't answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just to note that our action items tonight on items 10 and 11 are both continuations with no new info, and we've already taken public comment on those. So we won't be repeating that tonight. We're going to continue those items. So just so you're aware, if you're attending as a member of public, be aware that we will not be taking public comment on those items. So we're now on to our consent calendar. Do any council members want to pull an item or register a no vote? Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands. So Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Tanaka.
Oh, can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. So items. One,
Sorry, Greg, you're breaking up. Can you repeat that?
5, and 9.
Are you saying no votes on item 5 and 9?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Not seeing any other hands this time. So we'll go to members of the public. If a member of the public would like to speak to an item on the consent calendar, now's your chance. Please raise your hand. Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands from the public. So we'll come back to council. Can I get a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so it's made by Councilmember Cormack, seconded by Councilmember Burt. Let's go ahead and vote on consent. We'll start with Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone stepped out, and Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, so consent passed on a 601 vote. And Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no vote? Councilmember Tanaka, we're not hearing you if you're speaking.
Okay. Yeah, I'm voting no on 5 and 9, mainly because I voted no on them before. So 5, I voted last time no because I was, now that community more cost $36,000 more, I still vote no. And then,
We're having difficulties with Councilmember Tanaka.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can right now.
Okay. Voting no on 5 because I was concerned about whether we need to make that capital expenditure now. And now that it's $33,000 more, I still vote no. And then 9, I voted no last time, so this is just the same motion.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Stone, did you want to vote on the consent calendar? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we were 7-0 on the consent with Councilmember Tanaka no on items 5 and 9. All right, so we'll move on to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I could ask the city clerk to bring up a few slides of note for the community and council's attention this evening. All right, thank you very much. Let's go to the next slide. First off, I'd just like to note, as we do every week, status with respect to the pandemic. I'm sure everyone, and I will mess up Omicron, trying to get the pronunciation right every opportunity. But in any case, certainly all tracking this newest variant. And as noted here, as the last report, no report of cases here in California. And as such, we'll continue to monitor and we'll report on additional information as available. That said, we are repeating our weekly reminder of the availability of both booster shots as well as primary shots for all individuals. Information available through the county's webpage, sccfreevax.org. And noting a number of testing options available to community members, both through PAUSD at Cubberley during all weekdays and via the city on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at Mitchell Park Library parking lot and here at the City Hall Plaza. Next slide, please. Did want to note one element of upcoming construction activity related to our public safety building project. This was issued via our e-blast to people that are subscribing to updates on this construction project. We do have a notable extended day of concrete pour activity that does need to be completed within 2 full days, and again, extended days, scheduled for Saturday, December 4th, that's coming Saturday, and the following Saturday. So with the notification having gone out to the surrounding area, we are inviting community members to communicate back for any questions or issues of particular hardship to our public works staff. More information is available here on our webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/PSB. Next slide, please. Just noting, as is again, I'm sure on the forefront of awareness for community members and certainly the council, is the recent wave of retail burglaries and retail thefts. Note that we have been in communication, staff has been in communication with our local business districts and maintaining both awareness as well as coordination on follow-up with other law enforcement agencies throughout the Bay Area. That said, we also want to remind members of the community that there are a number of ways and steps that community members can take to avoid being victims of such crimes, including noting the prevalence of auto burglary, again, throughout communities and certainly here in the Bay Area, as such, to avoid leaving valuables visible, as well as really not at all in vehicles, including in the trunk, while shopping or otherwise out and about. We providing our 24-hour dispatch center number 650-329-2413 to report any suspicious activity, or 911 for any immediate issues. And certainly want to also end by noting an invitation for all community members to continue to patronize our local businesses. Next slide, please. Then to turn to a few upcoming activities and either meetings or events. This Thursday, we've got the Housing Element Working Group meeting upcoming from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m., as well as on the 16th of December. Next slide, please. Also, upcoming holiday events this Friday from 5:30 to 7 p.m. We'll have our tree lighting ceremony, the annual tree lighting ceremony at Lytton Plaza, as well as available remotely, and a number of other holiday activities that community members are invited to take part of. Next slide, please. Also, upcoming meetings, the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee meeting next Thursday during the day. And again, as noted previously, this uses a modified format of allowing ongoing engagement with staff while the meeting is ongoing. Next slide, please. And then noting that with the upcoming holidays that are up, our household hazardous waste station will have modified schedule, as well as affecting street sweeping. Also, I'm sure residents are aware that trash pickup will also follow a holiday schedule, depending on the day of the week that trash pickup occurs on their streets. And next slide, please. And then finally, just noting upcoming council items as we are close to closing out the calendar year. That next week we have the Senate Bill 9 Development Standards Ordinance discussion, as well as the next steps with respect to developing additional parking in the downtown area. On the 13th, we have follow-up discussion and recommendations on the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, as well as a report out on the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee. And then moving into January, the council will have its reorganizational meeting on the first Monday in January. And then throughout the month of January, we also have additional actions coming up regarding business tax, the potential business tax, as well as the long-range financial forecast. And that completes my report for this week, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to our action calendar. Our first item, number 10, is discussion about renter protection policies. Again, this is a continuation of an item that we already took public comment on. So we are going to continue this item. Does staff want to start off with any refresher on the presentation?
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. We are happy to, if that's helpful for council. If the clerk could bring up the slides that we had, that would be great. And if you can advance, there's a slide that has a list of the policies that's there. I think it's a few in. Great, right here. Thank you. So just to remind council members, this list of 9 policies are the policies that staff and our fellow Lauren Bigelow researched, that the PTC and the HRC considered and provided their recommendations. Number 1 through 6 are recommended by staff and by varying degrees, the PTC and the HRC to be advanced. There is not complete agreement from those bodies on those 6 policies. Number 7, staff recommended supporting efforts at the county level, and PTC and HRC have concurred with that to provide right to counsel and to be able to fund that type of program at the Santa Clara County level. And then policies 8 and 9 were not recommended at this time to be advanced. Staff are here. I think we ended last time, there were some remaining questions that some council members didn't get to ask. So we're here to provide any answers that we can and to be an aid to council in this discussion. Hopefully that helps. And if there's further refreshers needed, we're happy to provide them on specific topics.
Great, thank you. So we'll come to council for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's see. Well, first question: what's Palo Alto's CPI, or just what our regional CPI is here?
I will have to look up the CPI that we use, and perhaps I can get that for you while we are answering other questions.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. And has there been discussion around limiting Palo Alto's rent increase to the regional CPI, which I believe Mountain View does, or has that discussion never taken place?
I can't say if the discussion has never taken place, but certainly as part of this project, we did not explore an overall CPI cap on rent increases.
Okay, and assuming this hasn't been done, if it has, please correct me. I think it would be helpful to be able to look at maybe data coming out of the rental housing production in Mountain View, both pre and post their much stricter rent control ordinances than what we're considering tonight, to really kind of get a sense. I know there is a concern in the community that renter protections can have a chilling effect on creating new rental housing. We got a great example of what's happening in Mountain View, so it'd be interesting to be able to see that data.
That's an excellent suggestion.
Do we have data on the average income for tenants renting single-family detached homes and the percentage of those who are cost burden? Because I saw percentage of cost burden in the report, but it didn't break it down into that type of granularity.
Thank you, Councilmember Stone. The data does cross-tab by some measures, but we're not able to do a cross-tab that's that specific of both the housing type and the income and the cost burden of those households, unfortunately.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, my assumption would be that it would be as far as the share of renters who are cost burden, probably far less for those who are renting single family homes than than apartments, but would be good to have that.
Yeah, it's certainly a fair assumption to make. I think the one thing I would caution is that, you know, there's a great variety of housing costs, as we know, both based on kind of the amenities of the facility, the age of it, the recency of the tenancy. And so sometimes a smaller apartment can still be more expensive than a home, just depending on kind of the size and scale of that home. You also may have families that have doubled up. And so even though they're in a home, there may be more than one family that's occupying in order to pay that. But unfortunately, we don't have that granularity of data to understand that picture.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, I would imagine there would be outliers, but still, I would imagine on average, that would be the case. So I guess kind of back to my chilling effect concern. I mean, is staff aware of any studies that support the idea of a chilling effect that small rental property owners small property owners, such as single family homes or duplexes, where landlords are taking those units off the market with these type of just cause protections or anti-rent gouging policies that we're considering tonight?
That's a great question. I'm going to ask Ms. Bigelow if her research or her efforts with the fellowship have revealed any studies that looked specifically at rent stabilization or rent control effects, especially any recent studies.
Absolutely. There's a really interesting study out of Econ Northwest and the Urban Displacement Project and UC Berkeley's Center for Community Innovation that looks specifically at the difference between the rent cap in 1482 and the rent control at stricter levels and more moderate levels, and the differentiation therein. And essentially, I mean, there's a 7-page executive summary that I'm happy to send out, but the bottom line was that developers' questions were not as concerned about the rent cap versus rent control, and also that there wasn't a chilling effect that jurisdictions saw with regard to the rent cap itself. Rent control, something else completely different. And like I said, happy to shoot that over to you guys.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm glad you pointed to that distinction, because there is a really strong distinction between rent control that we've seen, and very strict rent control that we've seen in communities like New York and San Francisco and other areas, and simple renter protections that we're considering tonight. And I think sending that study around to the council would be really useful. I'm familiar with the study. I read it in preparation for tonight. I think that was really helpful. Trying to get though a little deeper there, focused on, I guess my concern is if you're the owner of a single family home, you've just got one house, and you feel like you can't evict a tenant. Obviously, there's exceptions, but generally speaking, if you feel like you cannot evict a tenant from that single family home, are those type of property owners, because I think 27% of our housing stock, our rental housing stock, are detached single family homes. Did that study go that deep? I may have missed it on my own review. It was a pretty extensive study.
I'm delighted you're so interested in all of the data, because I think that there is a lot to be found here if we dive more deeply into this with our renter population. But in this particular study, I did not see anything, or I'm not recalling right now anything that specifically looked at the single family homes. It would be rather difficult to glean that information. So I haven't seen it here.
Okay, and I didn't see it either. So, but yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, so that's a tough one, not having the data, but I think it makes sense to me that maybe a single family homeowner would be hesitant there possibly. But okay, I'm out of time, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
You want to go? Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes. So I wanted to zero in on a couple of the potentially more immediate actions. First, it appears that the really taking many of the other actions is dependent on the rental survey program being initiated. So can you review what would be the timing and the cost of that?
The cost of this survey program?
Yeah, and how long it would take to begin to get meaningful data?
It's a great question. I hesitate to give a specific amount of the cost, but I can tell you a few of the things that we will want to do to get it up and running. We would want to make sure we have a hopefully online portal that also might connect to paper surveys if folks need that to answer it. We would want to update our ordinance. The ordinance does allow collection of certain information, but it doesn't, I think, get to the level of detail that might answer, for example, some of the questions we have tonight. So updating the ordinance, making sure we have a platform that can serve folks. And then, of course, a lot of outreach, could be 1 to 2 years, depending on how we want to unroll it in terms of first, perhaps asking for people to complete it, and then at the end requiring and perhaps having fines related to non-completion of the survey or non-participation. So it kind of just depends a little bit on how we would roll it out.
So if what's before us tonight is how to proceed, I think the council may struggle with whether to take action or without having a better sense of the cost and to what extent there would be cost recovery. So I really want to ask staff to try to give us some better sense of that so that we can proceed.
Yeah, well, what we would need to do if council is interested in even pursuing that program, and we would need direction to pursue the research for that program, is to then understand the costs, do the research and analysis to understand what the potential fees would be, and to include that fee, if it is going to be a cost recovery fee, into the budget and into the city's fee schedule. The ordinance does allow for the creation of a fee, but we would need to set that fee based on the costs. And certainly if council's interested in pursuing it, we can continue to do that research to create the costs and budget and staffing necessary to implement the program.
Well, and does our consultant have any sense of other cities that have done similar programs and what their costs were?
We do have a range of $15 per property registration in LA to $115 in Mountain View. And again, that kind of goes to what is that fee funding, depending on what kind of the programs that it supports within those cities.
Okay, thanks. And I'm going to be interested in my colleagues' thoughts on option number 2, the expansion of the tenant relocation assistance, and with an emphasis on how small of units we might want to drop that threshold to. In particular, as I looked at the breakdown of the proportion of our rental units that are in different sizes, and trying to think about striking a balance between interests of what we might call mom and pop landlords versus larger scale landlords, and so I'm particularly interested maybe at this point in time of looking at whether something like a 10-unit complex might be a right threshold for that. So that's my my question for the colleagues as well.
So I'll jump in here. I have one quick question. So a couple of these items, it talks about potentially closing a loophole about single-family homes not owned by a corporation. I'm curious, where does the trust fall? Is that considered a non-corporation?
I do not believe that a trust would be considered a corporation. I'm getting a message. The trust is a corporation.
So a trust formed by a person solely to hold their residential home is already covered under state law. Is that correct?
I'll ask Ms. Bigelow if she can further elaborate. We may need to look further into this, or the city attorney may have knowledge to share on this topic.
Hi there. Yes, trusts are covered. Trusts are covered under corporation. I think this is one of those situations where not every trust is an LLC, but by putting their unit into a trust, it acts like a corporation. So I would say the easiest answer is yes, it is covered as a corporation.
So the two items that would kind of close this quote loophole for single family homes not owned by a corporation, that would only apply to people who own homes in their own name. Is that
correct?
Okay, and that's a good clarification. Thank you. So again, just a few comments, and I'll repeat a little bit of what I said a few weeks ago. This really has been a long haul, starting with a colleague's memo 3 years ago that Councilmember Koo and I wrote. After that, the state passed laws that implemented a lot of what we were talking about: anti-rent gouging, just cause evictions. Appreciate Vice Mayor Burt's comments. I would like to see us move forward on some items. Other ones, I do think we need more details, particularly in terms of costs and really what are the expected benefits that we think we're going to get. And then there are several items that are already existing in our code that I think, better enforcement would help. So again, the one item we're talking about is the registration for rentals. And, as Ms. Tanner already said, there's some updates and things we could do there if we're going to start enforcing that. The other one was brought up in discussion where, our code does require landlords to pass out information about Palo Alto renter protections, including mediation. And so that's on the books, but we don't really enforce it. And I know some people who rent do it and others may not. One thing that really hasn't been discussed, and it's really just I don't want to make it a major focus, but if we are going to do the survey and require registration, I think we should also think about short-term rentals, purely from, designing the system technically. Right now we don't allow short-term rentals in our code. We do know a lot of it goes on, and I think we'd have to address that separately from this. But if we are going to develop a registration system, I think it would make sense to just make sure that could cover both long and short-term rental registration. So I agreed mostly with items 1 through 6. I think maybe I wouldn't go so far on some of the loophole closing on some of these items. I do think the rental survey program is important. I think there's a lot of detail to be fleshed out on that one. So I could see that one potentially going back to policy and services before it comes to council. I do like the idea of maybe doing something more immediate on relocation assistance. And I was initially thinking that, as staff report says, 3 units or more matches our local planning and zoning code, but maybe something like 10 units or more would be a good first step and something we could do pretty quickly. I do think as far as the city's concerned, we should keep these as civil matters, but I would strongly support the right to counsel at the county level. And, we have mediation, but mediation can only go so far. And I think the right to counsel is probably one of the most important things we could do or help support. And so, if I think through these items, kind of where I am is that we would come back to council with a relocation assistance ordinance, maybe at 10 units. I'd also be interested in coming back to council with an ordinance update on just cause evictions that we'd include properties built within the last 15 years and units occupied less than a year. I don't know where my colleagues are on that one. And then I'd suggest we send a policy and services discussion on the anti-gouging measure and potential expansion of that, as well as the details for a renter survey, renter registration program. So that's kind of where my thinking is. I think the next hand up was Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Good evening. Thanks again, staff, for coming back, and to community members who continue to watch us in part 3 here. I just want to go back and, there's so much detail in here. And am I right? I'm looking back at our original packet, page 166, that we're really supposed to be focusing our policy discussions around the needs of lower income renters. And that is how staff designed this, correct? Okay, so let's keep that as a lens as we go through our conversations and decision making. Okay, so with respect to the rental registry, we have to start with data. Many of the questions that have come in on to the council email have been about, what is the problem we're trying to solve with these various topics. And so I am supportive of us doing a survey. I will need to direct staff to go out and look at that and come back and figure out what the fees should be. I remember last time we talked about Mountain View has 4 people doing this work. Do we want that many? How much would they cost? Who will pay for it? There's a lot of work to be done there, but I agree that that's foundational, and it will move our whole community from strong positions informed by personal experiences and beliefs to a place where we'll be able to make better decisions. So I think there are a number of things the mayor just listed that might be good ideas, but I don't know yet. I think this rental survey is the first step, and I'll support having staff do some work on that. With apologies to my colleagues, I kind of hate to send things back to committees because it drags things out. But if it needs a stress test before it comes to us, then I'll consider supporting that. Section 2, relocation assistance. This is a perfect example of something where it's a little hard to know what the right answer is. I don't think I was on council at the time, but I recall the discussion about relocation assistance partially being because if a large apartment building was being taken out of use, then there were a large number of people who would need housing in Palo Alto. So to the extent that that's part of why we do relocation assistance, I think, one of the higher thresholds might be appropriate. All right. Item 3. So does staff have any sense about, I'm on part A here, page 15 of the original packet, page 175 from November 8th. Rental units and properties built within the last 15 years. Does staff have any, my assumption would be that those are more higher rents and therefore people with higher income. Does staff believe that that's the case?
I think there's good kind of reasoning to believe that to be the case. Certainly we have, lower income folks living in higher income and newer properties.
Okay. And then I don't quite understand why, any thoughts on why the state exempted rental units occupied by renters that moved in less than a year ago?
So we did have some dialogue with Policy Link, which was very involved during the discussions at the state level when those legislations were being debated. And the 4 concessions or kind of 4 carve-outs, let's say, have different kind of rationale. Certainly were supported by varying degrees by different landlords and apartment associations and things of that nature. With specific to kind of that item, Ms. Bigelow, I'm not sure if you have specifics on why that specific item was carved out of the legislation.
The information I was given was that there needed to be something on the table to make a concession to landlords. And so that was brought up. And that's what they moved forward with.
Okay, well, I'm going to think about that. I don't quite understand why length of time would, affect your eligibility if it's based on other things.
It may be that that's a time to see if the tenant's a fit That can often be a rationale.
Yeah, well, hopefully we're not making decisions based on fit. And I think we've learned a lot about that just in general in our society. Okay, so yeah, the single family homes thing, that's interesting. I think in general, if you look at, but again, we don't have a ton of data, but if you look at what's available to rent for single family homes, they're pretty high rental rates, and presumably the families that are, or individuals who are renting those homes are not heavily cost burdened by choosing those. I think the part about trust that the mayor brought up, oh, sorry, I now just saw my red sign, that the mayor brought up is, okay, I still have 2 minutes, yes? Okay, great. Is super important, so I encourage staff to double click on that. With the value of homes, most homes in this community, I would guess that many of them are held in trust, so I think it might be a surprise to people if, they are or are not covered based on how they hold title. So let's just spend a little more time on that.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
I think what staff said is they're already covered under state law, which I wasn't aware of, but that's
But what I'm saying. We should be
Yeah.
telling people. They may not think that they're covered, right? Because they're a single family home and they don't think they're a corporation.
Right.
So if it's already covered, I think that might be news to some people. So I see different things in the report. I see the staff saying, yes, the provision should apply to properties built in the last 15 years. And then a few pages later, it says that the city should be cautious and more research with the local development community would be conducted. So which one of those is it?
Certainly, if council were interested in pursuing that, and again, any of these topics, we would be conducting more outreach with the local community, both homeowners, landlords, tenants, et cetera, to understand kind of, I think as Councilmember Stone was indicating, would this really have a chilling effect for those newer developed properties, and try to interrogate that more. So we do think there's reason that it would not necessarily lead to a chilling effect on development, but would want to certainly vet that out in further discussion.
Okay. I'm really happy to hear that. There certainly seems to be a population of people who are landlords who were unaware of these proposals, and hopefully staff is capturing their email addresses as they come in, and that those will be part of the outreach that you do. And I see that my time is up, so I will continue when we come back around. And I'll just say, Mr. Mayor, I think when we get to motions, we're probably going to need to split these up one by one. It's just a thought as we think ahead to voting.
Councilmember Philson.
Yeah, thanks very much. Let me see if I can, first of all, I want to align a lot of my comments with Councilmember Cormack, who just spoke. And let me see if I can throw a little more information, at least on something that Councilmembers Cormack and Stone both sort of were getting at. Is it possible that I could have the screen for a minute? If I can find it here. Leslie?
Yes, sir. You should be able to screen share.
Is that up? Okay, cool. So sorry for the eye chart here, but this is a bunch of Craigslist data from about 3 weeks ago. And I went and looked at all the 1-bedroom units for rent in Palo Alto, all the 2-bedroom units, and all the single-family homes, where they had both a rental price asking and a square footage on them. And so it's not everything that's out there. So it didn't include 3 bedrooms, for example, and so forth. But if you look up the y-axis, sorry for the eye chart here, the y-axis is square feet of the residence, and the x-axis is the asking monthly rent. And so that's basically a scatter plot of what if you were looking for a place tomorrow in Palo Alto, you'd probably go to a site like this. And this is a snapshot of sort of what that would roughly look like. It's not the same as what exists now. It's what's sort of the asking. And you can see that obviously there's not surprised, there's a correlation between larger places are more expensive and so forth. But particularly single family homes, rent for a lot. There are not a lot of cheap single family homes out there. Whereas, no surprise, studios and one bedrooms are the least expensive here. And I guess my takeaway from this is there is a big spectrum of different stuff that's available in Palo Alto, at least a wide spectrum. And we heard from a lot of speakers when this came before us a couple of weeks ago. You had people that were renting, a 10,000 square foot single family home somewhere. And they had a dispute with their landlord over something. And then you had at the other end of the spectrum, and you had people that were on Section 8 vouchers, and their big concern was if they got evicted, then they wouldn't be able to find another landlord who would take Section 8 vouchers and so forth. And so I guess I'm coming back to the point that Councilmember Cormack was making in terms of focus on sort of the lower income, kind of the bottom left corner. If you're renting in sort of the top right-hand side, and you're spending $8,000 or $10,000 a month on a single-family home, I mean, having to change places is not fun for anybody. But you have more options than somebody on the bottom left side. Okay, whereas if you lose a place that's $1,500 a month, it's going to be hard to find another one like that in Palo Alto. And so, I guess what I would say is, as we approach this problem, what is it we're trying to do here? I think most people in Palo Alto don't want City Hall to be sort of the omnibus regulator of renting in Palo Alto. But I think they do want us to provide a safety net, right? So that people that don't have options, right, won't find themselves in really severe circumstances if we can possibly avoid it. And so I think a big part of the principle as I look through this list is, okay, how do we make the top priority to be the safety net, okay? And then who ought to pay for that? And so I kind of think that, you can go back and forth on both ways. Should the landlords pay for it and so forth? But I kind of think that the safety net, if that's what we're talking about, it's kind of a whole society responsibility. So I'm not sure all these programs should fall just on the shoulders of the landlords. I mean, you can make an argument that they should, but I think we need to look at that as well, because the safety net is really all of us. So that was one. The second one is, as people have said before, we want to make sure we don't deter construction of new rental housing in Palo Alto. We've got these huge RHNA targets. A lot of this is going to be sort of in the middle of this chart, and we have even bigger targets for the lower end of the chart, right? So we got to make sure we don't deter construction. And then finally, I think we need to make sure that the safety net is really working. Okay, so things like, some of the items on this list, legal assistance, awareness of what's available to folks and so forth. I think that kind of stuff is important. So as I look through this list, that was sort of what was going through my mind is, prioritize really the safety net, make sure we don't deter construction of new housing, and then make sure the safety net's really working. So an example of how would you do that? So I think the rental registry and survey, I think that's very useful to us, right? A picture like this shows you sort of what the asking availability is. It doesn't really show you what it looks like right now as people living in homes in Palo Alto. And the registry would tell us that, right? And tell us things like, what's turnover like, how much are these increases going and stuff like that. You can't get that kind of stuff from this. But our history with registries in Palo Alto hasn't been great. So I think we need to make sure that if we're going to do it, we do it right. And then the other question I have is, should landlords pay for it, or should the city pay for at least some of it? Because again, I think the safety net, that's a social thing. It's not just a landlord thing, right? So that's sort of what's sort of going through my mind as I look through this list. Specifically on single family homes, the definition of cost burdening, the official definition of cost burdening is, you're spending more than 30% of your income on rent, which means you've got 70% left over. But 70% of your income left over is different if your income is $60,000 a year versus $350,000 a year. And so again, I think in the spirit, if we're looking at a safety net, really the focus needs to be on kind of the bottom left here, right? The people that don't have options are the most at risk if something happens to them. Okay, so that would be my 2 bits going through as we parse through this thing. Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to try to get a motion out in for discussion and see where we are. So I sent this to the clerk. If maybe
I'm trying to give you the screen back.
Oh yeah,
so.
thanks. Actually, my motion was a scatter plot, as you can see.
Stop share. Yes. There we go.
There, thank you. So again, this kind of summarizes what I said. So I added, let's clarify that the goal is to focus on low-income rent burden households, that we would come back to council with an amendment to expand the relocation ordinance, come back to council on ordinance amendment on just cause, and then go to policy and services for discussion on the anti-gouging measures, as well as updated language and implementing the renter survey. And then the last one I wanted to add, I guess would be F, would be that we would also support the county efforts to provide right to counsel, if the clerk could add that. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I'll second, Lydia.
Okay, so thank you, Lydia. And again, I'm open to some amendments to this, but I think it's important that we don't just send this back for study. I do think there are some areas where we know enough that we could move forward. I think there are others where we can take our time. But, you know, there is kind of this potential for coming out of the pandemic and really impacting a lot of people's lives. And I agree with the comments about the safety net. But I'm curious where the rest of my colleagues are on this. So, Councilmember Koo.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not feeling very well today, so I'm not going to talk too much. I'm sure you all appreciate that. But I just wanted to, if I may, add an amendment, which is for the Fair Chance Ordinance, for that one to be sent to PNS also for a study or for analysis or public engagement.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
For the if we can add a G for the Fair Chance Ordinance to be reviewed by PNS as well, as to the pros and cons on it and how it would be implemented. What are the repercussions, the unintended consequences, or the consequences for adopting such an ordinance?
Okay, I would support that going to policy and services.
Thank you.
And then on D, I think I had a typo. If you could, at the end of that, yeah, delete the and reducing. Okay, thank you. So any, I don't see any hands right now. So any colleague comments? Councilmember Cormack.
You know, it'd be helpful because this is a complicated topic. Can we have the numbers with these, or can the motion be reordered just so we can map it? I don't know if anyone else is having.
I mean, it wasn't a direct.
I know, but
we could.
Just for our understanding.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to name the numbers for each item?
You could. I don't think that. I don't know if there's one for A that's really meant to be an umbrella for all of them.
I mean, it doesn't have to be in it, but can someone just read them off and map
B
the letters
is
to the
3.
numbers? Sorry, E is what?
B is item 3 on the slides. Just cause is they were calling. Actually, I'm sorry. C is 3. B is 2.
Sorry. C is 3 and B is 2. Okay.
And that is 4. D is 4.
Okay, it's in order. E is 1.
Yep.
F is 7,
7, and then Councilmember Q added 6.
which is G. Okay, thank you.
And so 5, actually, I didn't really support 5, so.
Okay, thanks. That will help me assess.
So I assume there's some discussion. I covered up the lights. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm a little too far from the motion here to try to offer friendly amendments. I mean, I think it's a good starting place, but I also think it's too conservative. I think this issue has been discussed and out there for well over a year now. It's been vetted by PTC, it's been vetted by HRC. The recommendations have been provided. And most of this is really going to continue to delay these protections, which are really, really necessary. And I think as we emerge from this pandemic, we're going to, at least what I'm seeing in my own apartment complex and talking to other tenants around the city, rents are continuing to go up and up and up as we emerge here. So I'd like to see us go a little further. I guess I did too send a motion to the clerk earlier. I think it'd probably be easier for me to see if I have success on a substitute motion instead of trying to offer various amendments to this. I wonder if the clerk could put that up. Now I know this is I feel like this is like my wish list to Santa, but so I'm open to. I recognize I'm not going to get all this, but I'm open to modifications as well. And I'll go through, one, I guess starting with A, establishing a rental survey program. I really think this is the low-lying fruit. It's been recommended by both the PTC and the HRC as the highest priority. And we've all been talking up here tonight about the value of data. This is going to be able to provide that. And so I think just providing that direction to staff to begin establishing that rental survey program just makes absolute sense. And without this data, it's going to be nearly impossible for us to be able to enforce the eviction limitations and rent increase caps that's already contained within AB 1482. So I think I don't see a reason why we can't just move forward with that tonight. On B, on B, I think I'm in a general agreement with the mayor. I put it down at 5%. At 5 units. I'm open to 10 units. I think we can all be in agreement right now that the current ordinance of 50 units or more is only protecting 22% of our city's rental stock, and that's that. I think we can surely increase that. So whether it's 5 or 10, I'm open. On C. On C, I think we're fairly in agreement. I think yours was to send it to PNS. I don't think we need to continue to delay in that area.
No.
I'm in agreement with the recommendation from the PTC. I already talked about some of my concerns about limiting the owner of a single family's home ability to control their property in a way that they cannot remove a tenant if they no longer wish to have them in their home. I do think this is very, very different than having like the owners of an apartment or a corporation that owns and rents single family homes, who might just see this as a.
I think we were identical. I was saying move on that immediately as well.
Okay, sorry, then perfect. Then going down to D, I think this one we disagree a bit on. I understand. I heard some of my colleagues up here tonight, as well as members of the community, just concern regarding anti-rent gouging policies, kind of going beyond the protections of AB 1482. But again, we've been talking a lot about data, and going back to the study that Ms. Bigelow was referencing. It's called The Impact of Rent Control Policies on Bay Area Housing Supply, Developer Perceptions, and Development Calculus. That study, and we already kind of talked about it a bit, but I think it's worth reiterating. That study found that more moderate rent control policies, like those we're debating tonight, really do have little impact on housing supply. And to quote from that study, it said, market cycles and local economic conditions are more likely to have an impact on production than moderate rent control policies. So I think despite of what we've heard from from some who commented a few weeks ago and many who have emailed us, and these policies are not extreme. They're not strict rent control policies. So I don't think we should be distracted by those more hyperbolic arguments. I think we need to have facts really guiding us and recognize that these truly are modest protections to prevent displacement in our community. And displacement, which is displacement that really disproportionately is going to impact low-income communities and communities of color and the type of the groups of people that we have said that we're really concerned about protecting. So I think these are worthy goals. And I think going back to Councilmember Phillips's point about the point of a safety net and kind of the role of government, I think this is right there. Yeah, I'm really in favor of the HRC's recommendation, and they had a really lengthy and fruitful discussion really going through that. I noticed I have E here. I don't think that was included in yours. You know, the current state law caps the security deposits at 2 times the rent. So I mean, in Palo Alto, the average rent across all unit types is $3,648, or the smaller unit, the smaller number that Councilmember Phillips put in his. You know, the landlord is requiring first and last month rent plus 2 times rent for security deposit. A prospective renter would have to pay $14,592, or again, under Councilmember Phillips, it would be $9,884, which.
Could I just clarify for a second? Sorry to jump in. I think $3,600 a month is correct for the average. It's the median that's $2,500 a month, right? And normally it's hair splitting between those two things. But in this case, I think what you see is that the average is dragged up by very expensive single family homes up in Altamont Circle and so forth. And for the target folks that we're talking about trying to help, whether Scott McNeely rents his house for $15,000 a month or $25,000 a month, you know, really doesn't make any difference. It's the median in this case, which is $2,500 a month, but half of renters pay less than that, half of renters pay more than that. And so that's the difference on the chart. It's not 2 different average numbers. It's sorry to be so arcane.
No, I appreciate that clarification. Regardless, we're seeing either $10,000 to $15,000, roughly, give or take, of what you would need to be able to move into a new home or a new apartment, and that's just absurd. And is surely preventing people who wish to call Palo Alto home being able to have an opportunity to live here. That seems like an area. I mean, even 1.5 is not going to. I mean, is a step in the right direction. We're still going to have issues on F. Again, you know, we talk so much about data. I really think we need to be data driven in our decision making, and studies have shown there is no correlation between someone's criminal history and their success as a future tenant. And allowing for a landlord to inquire into a person's criminal history is only going to make it easier to discriminate against potential tenants. Again, this is going to disproportionately impact communities of color and low-income people as well. I really like the Berkeley Oakland model. You know, it precludes landlords from inquiring or using criminal history in the application process, but it provides common sense exemptions for owner-occupied residences, sex offender checks. You know, so I think this motion is intended to follow that model that already exists, and so that's why I referenced attachment E, and then E we're aligned here. I think
so. You worded that a little bit differently. As the eviction court, is that meant to be anything different than what's in the staff's report? Called it the right to counsel.
Mine is based on the kind of the wording that was in the staff report, talking about advocating for that eviction court. If maybe staff can, I'm trying to.
Yes, but you meant the same thing.
I think we mean this.
So I guess we need to see if there's a second before we go any further. Okay, so I'm not seeing a second. Are you seconding or? No. I don't think we usually discuss doing without a second.
I just wanted to try to suggest a process.
Okay, but I think our process would be good to go back to the original motion and modify that if there's no second on this.
Yeah, my along those lines, given that we are likely going to be breaking up the motion, maybe we can look at where some of the elements of the substitute motion can be incorporated in the main motion, and where they should be voted on, or they would be perhaps offered as individual amendments.
Yeah, I think that's up to Councilmember Stone. So I don't see a second. So if we could go back to the original motion.
Then I'll provide some amendments to the original motion. Should I continue?
Yes.
Then, so E, if we could include direct staff to draft a security deposit limit ordinance capping security deposit to 1.5 times the rent per the PTC and HRC recommendations. And Leslie, you can just copy paste my, I guess my E there.
So I haven't really talked about that one much. I would prefer to make that one an unfriendly amendment if somebody would like to second that one.
I'll second that. And can I speak to a second?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just, as I guess I want to make sure that I understand from staff that that the security deposit as current state law allows is on top of first and last month, so that it could be basically between those two be 4 times the monthly rent. Is that correct?
I'll ask Ms. Bigelow if she can reply, but I believe that is the case.
Sorry, technical difficulties. As I talked about it last time, but in my mind, first and last is referring to the fact that in a lot of places, the security deposit is given and the tenant uses that to cover the last month's rent. So that's the 2 times that they're talking about. And then there's room for an additional, so that's 2 times or 3 times if the apartment is furnished.
Yeah, but my question is, can the landlord under current state law charge for both first and last and 2 times rent and security deposit? So a total of 4 times the rent in upfront fees.
Okay, yep, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack, we're speaking to the substitute motion. The amendment.
Yeah, okay.
It's, sorry.
Yes, we need to change that because it's not a substitute motion anymore, right? It's amendment. Okay. Yeah, I'm still confused on what's happening versus what's possible. So in our market, is it usually first, last plus security or not?
I would have to say I haven't been renter in this market in a while, so I can't answer that, what the trends tend to be here locally. But I think what Ms. Bigelow has responded to Vice Mayor Burt is what is allowed under state law could be up to first month, last month's, and the security deposit.
Okay, so this would bring down from 2 to 1.5.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, I appreciate the intent here. I'm just going to guess that if someone is currently charging first and security and we put this in, they'll charge first, last, and security. And I just don't, this is an example where I wish, we had more data. I think it's a combo of the first, last, and security. It's not just a function of security deposit. So But was this unanimous from PTC and HRC?
Ms. Bigelow, do you have the votes handy in those bodies?
Both of the commissions supported, though the motions themselves were not both unanimous at the commission level.
I think, are you talking specifically for item F? Councilmember?
Yes.
Yes, I'm speaking specifically about F. Which is, now 5.
I'll need to go back and look at the.
I can chime in. This is Claire Campbell. When I checked back, it was a unanimous recommendation to have 1.5 times the rent by both PTC and the HRC.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Councilmember Koo.
I think you have to be careful with this because you're capping the security deposit at 1.5, 1.5 times, but you're not mentioning in here whether the unit is going to be furnished or not. Then in addition to that, a lot of the security deposits are also used as in lieu of a pet deposit, then the security deposit is increased slightly. And I am also a little bit confused about Ms. Bigelow's response to Vice Mayor Burt in response to, if I understood, was the question to get a first month, last month, and another 2 months rent, and then on top of that, 2 months security deposit? Is that what the question was?
I think Councilmember Cormack, the question was whether
Not
or not.
Councilmember Cormack, it was Vice Mayor Burt, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Councilmember Koo, what is currently allowed is 2 months of rent could be first and last, and then up to 2 times the rent for security deposit.
Right.
That would be
yes.
So Councilmember Koo, I know you have experience here. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I don't want to testify here in my professional capacity, but I do have, I do want to say that there is a lot of difference, and not mentioning whether it is furnished or unfurnished, that leaves a lot of room for damages. So I cannot support this as it is.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any more hands. I suggest we vote on this amendment. What's that? I mean, I'd prefer we just vote instead of go around again. Do you have a quick comment?
Yeah, just a quick anecdotal. I mean, as someone who has been recently in the looking at rental units, I have experienced this at several places that I've checked out, and because of the first month, last month, 2 times rent, out of my ability to be able to move into that, and I'd imagine there's many more of those locations in Palo Alto. I understand that's anecdotal, but thought I would include that.
Yeah.
Councilmember Stone, would you be receptive to changing this to limiting it on unfurnished units? So, thank you.
Okay. Start with Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification on unfurnished. So that is adopted. Councilmember Stone, do you have some more amendments?
I don't. I guess sorry, where is the survey?
Sorry, when we copied
Which
that,
one's
we
that?
lost the unfurnished in F. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
So where was the, quick question of the maker on A, it says clarify that the goal is to focus on low income rent burden households. Is that low income and rent burden households or?
Yes.
Okay.
So the difference, one of the differences between your motion and this one was it would not apply to kind of the high-end single-family home rental market.
But then like on Councilmember Philseth's point, you could be cost burdened renting a very expensive
but
single
not low
family
income,
home, but not low income. So it would apply to somebody in that situation?
It would not.
It would not.
It would be and.
Okay, thank you.
That's a key question. So you mean that as an and as opposed to an or?
That's why I'm trying to get that
Let's change
clarification.
that. Let's change it to an and to clarify.
And
an A.
We're in the Boolean domain here.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it still is a little bit ambiguous. Sorry about this. There's two ways to read it. If we could say focus on households who are low income and rent burdened.
It's fine with me. Thank you.
And delete that final households word. Yes.
okay, so E, and then just one last question, clarification on E. We are directing staff to draft an ordinance and language for this survey, but you're just having it go through PNS first?
So again, another difference, if I could clarify, so B and C were things I thought we could do immediately. The reason I was sending things to policy and services, because I think they're pretty involved. I don't think staff can do all these things at once, and getting some council feedback during the process would be useful. So.
And can staff just weigh in on that? I mean, as far as if that's something that is helpful, or do they think is that something that they can take on now and just bring back to council?
I would say for all of these items, if there is a consensus among the folks who vote on this that some should be first or second or last, that would be helpful to know, so that we can prioritize them in order that we want to bring in.
Ms. Tanner, I might take it one step further to suggest that in the absence of that priority, there is no prioritization, and staff will be left to our own devices with respect to how the timing would run out. So to that point, some indication of priority would be very helpful.
So I put them in the order of priority. I would maybe move F up, but again, not F. Yeah, F.
You mean E for rental survey?
Well, so again, my take on this, city manager, was that when we're asking for an ordinance, it would come directly back to council. Those could happen much quicker than things going to policy and services. So it was an implied priority.
Well, then I guess my friendly amendment would be to kind of under that structure of this motion to then just have E to strike, go to PNS, and have bring back to council updated language and ordinance for rental survey and estimates on efforts to enforce it, and then remove for PNS discussion. I just think, again, this is something that both PTC and HRC both identified as the highest priority. It's going to be really difficult to be able to do much without this data and be able to enforce not only state but also local law. This doesn't seem to be a very controversial issue to be able to do this rental survey. So I think
so let me ask staff, because I think there are a lot of details in this one. I mean, does staff think it'd be useful to get feedback from policy and services on this one before coming to council?
It certainly could be. I guess I would only say to the degree that council members find it helpful to have PNS chew on something before it comes back, it certainly could be helpful. But if a full council discussion due to the nature of the item could also be helpful.
I mean, this one also seemed to have potentially ongoing costs, and there was no cost information in the report. So that was another reason I thought it should go to PNS. It just was kind of incomplete information at this point. So I would not accept that change.
I'll offer it as an unfriendly.
Councilmember Wilson.
The unfriendly amendment is to not go to PNS or to go to PNS?
No, to not go to PNS, to just bring it back to council.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Do you want to talk to your second?
I think it's straightforward enough that staff can do it, and there's not a lot of policy implications that are going to require sort of multiple tiers of stuff. Right? That's all. Just it's an efficiency thing.
Councilmember Cormack.
I would also prefer it to come to council, but I'm going to end up voting against this because I don't think we're prepared to vote on an ordinance. We haven't seen the costs, the number of staff, the level of the fees. There's way too wide. I have no idea how staff is going to decide what's going to be in the ordinance. So I think we have a larger problem on that particular item, but I agree that whenever it comes, it should come back to council.
Well, it would. I mean, if we go into policy services, it would come to council, but you're saying directly.
I'm saying come directly back to council. But I'm also saying that I am not prepared to direct staff to bring back an ordinance because I don't think we've got enough information to decide what level the fees should be and how many staff there should be and who pays for what. And that it won't make sense for staff to go through an entire ordinance preparation and then have us make changes on the fly.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I think that fleshing out the complexities of what would be covered in the survey and alternatives on its cost and who would pay is the kind of the correct function of one of our standing committees. In this case, it would be PNS. And so that's why I won't support the motion or the amendment, because I do think it needs to be fleshed out and they're the right entity to make recommendations to council on that.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I have to agree with my colleagues on this. I think this should go through PNS. That's part of our process. And also I have to agree that I think there's a lot of details that we don't know. Also, we heard from public comment the very first time, there were quite a few landlords who I think didn't get much notice on this. So I think we want to give staff time to enable that as well. So for all those reasons, I don't think I can support this either.
Okay, so we're voting on this amendment, starting with Vice Mayor Burt.
No.
And I'm going to vote no. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
And Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that failed on a 3-4. If we can go back to the original. Are you finished, Councilmember Stone? Sorry.
No, I am. Thanks for the discussion.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Appreciate part A. Thanks for that. Let me make sure I understand B. So B is lowering the threshold from 50 to 10, but only for cost burden households below an annual income threshold. Is that the county income threshold or is there some other one you had in mind? I don't know what that means.
That's for, I think, staff to come back.
Okay. Okay. That works for me. C, it's clear to me from the staff report that we need to do some study and outreach. So I'm not prepared to support an ordinance until we've gone through that process. This, I think, would the maker and seconder consider sending this to policy and services so that staff can do the outreach they described?
Sorry, that's C?
C. So C was the one that staff said needed study, specifically on the issue of built within the last 15 years.
I mean, this is one I think we do have enough information to move forward on. So again, if you want to make it an unfriendly.
No, it's okay. All right, I'll just, I'll be voting, I'll ask you to split C out. And then with D, which is number 4 now. PTC recommended against this. And I didn't really quite understand their recommendation. It had something to do with not doing it based on income levels. So I'd ask you to split out D as well.
I think, yeah, I think their point was really that it wasn't just as simple as being rent burdened, but that's fine. We can split
Yeah,
it
but
up.
they said not income based. So I'm not even sure what that would look like. Perhaps there's something I don't understand. And then with E, I estimates on effort to enforce it. I think E is the most important thing that we need to do. I don't think it was an accident that staff listed it first and described it as the top priority. We will all benefit from having this data. So are the maker and seconder open to prioritizing E as the first priority for staff?
I'm not, because I believe B and C could happen quickly enough to help people. I think even if we say E is the number one priority, it's going to take a while.
Okay. We've been through F. G is really, does staff anticipate doing anything different because of G than you're already doing?
I think we might just engage a little bit more in that conversation at the county level and with some of the cities that are, supporting the idea of right to counsel, and just be more involved in that conversation.
Okay, so that sounds like it's helpful. And then H, I wonder if the seconder, Councilmember Koo, I believe last time you were suggesting that the fair chance ordinance could be problematic, but this time you're recommending it. Could you just help me understand it so I have a better sense of your interest and how this connects? If that's all right, Mr. Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did mention that it was problematic. I still believe it's problematic, but I think it should be vetted in a public forum and through one of our standing committees. That's why I recommended it.
Okay, so process as opposed to, that's very helpful. Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Okay, so just to sum up, C and D, I would like to have split out. Thank you.
City Attorney Stump, is your hand up?
Right, I have a question about B. B lists 2 reasons to apply a new tranche of relocation assistance, which is units are demolished or significantly remodeled. Those are not all of the reasons that we have in our existing.
That was not meant to be comprehensive. We could
inadvertent. Okay.
We could delete that if that.
Yeah, I think we should do that. So you're just intending to use the existing structure and then
change the number,
lower the threshold. Okay, very good.
The
second thing, just to point out, I would suggest deleting on B on the second line, starting with the word for and going to the end of the line there.
Yep, thank you.
And then change the 4 to 2.
The other 4.
Yeah, 2 buildings, the other 4, the earlier 4. 2 buildings of 10 units or more. No, the other kind of 2, TO. It's just the wrong pronoun. It's not significant.
No,
it should
sorry.
say bring back to council an amendment to expand our relocation assistance to buildings of 10 units or more. Then just a second comment on B. I don't know, maybe staff can enlighten us a little bit about whether there are existing models for this concept of cost burdening that are feasible for landlords to use, because this is a new concept in Palo Alto. So the income threshold, we kind of know how to do that. We'll obviously have to identify one, but there are ways in our existing programs where we have requirements for establishing that you're at a certain income threshold. at a certain income threshold and cost burdened is going to vary depending on the family, their circumstances, their other costs. And that's a new item for us. I don't know if staff is aware that some cities have solved this problem and there are viable models out there that we can simply use to add this new concept.
Thank you, Ms. Stump. I do believe that there are some cities that have kind of a dish, they have like a baseline payment, you know, baseline kind of relocation assistance, and then additional assistance for households of different attributes and based on sometimes the members of the household. And I believe income is also one, but to your point, we would need to have a process that would be kind of, you know, what is a landlord to do in that situation to verify that a person qualifies for either additional payments or something of that nature.
Right. So the way I read the motion here, the council's not asking for an additional payment for cost burden. They're saying that the benefit would be available for low income and cost burdened. And so that would be a threshold requirement to qualify for the benefit. So landlords are going to have to figure that out.
Perhaps maybe that's a area to clarify is the or more per property. Is that a higher payment for cost burden households? Is that what that's meant to indicate?
I think maybe on this one, if we just said our current ordinance, is our current ordinance tied to income level?
It's not. It's
No.
The threshold is the size of the facility or the.
There is an enhanced payment for disabled and children, I think.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burke, did you have a comment?
Well, I'm just concerned about the complexity of trying to determine the cost burden of a household. And then on top of that, of a household where you may have different residents that have different incomes. And so I wonder if we shouldn't simply focus on the number of units and follow our existing ordinance otherwise.
Yeah. And Councilmember Filson.
Well, I think we're sort of, you know, grappling with sort of, you know, the real crux of the problem here. But I mean, I was going to say that I also want to vote no on C and D. So I appreciate if you split those out as Councilmember Cormack asked. A couple things, and maybe it vectors back to this issue of low income and rent burden, but you know, I'm not persuaded at this time we need to extend those things to single family homes. You know, in practice, to rent a single family home in Palo Alto, unless it's somebody that's deliberately renting it below market to you, in practice, to go rent a single family home, you need an income of $150,000 or more. Okay. I think our focus, our top focus needs to be the most vulnerable people. The people, if they lose their housing, they're going to end up living in their car. Okay. Somebody that's making $150,000 a year is probably not going to be living in their car. Okay.
So to be clear, I agree with you. I'm not suggesting we do this for single family homes anywhere.
Isn't that what item C and D, properties within the last 15 years? Oh, you don't have, well, loopholes in D. Doesn't that include single family
just
homes?
sending it to PNS, but for me, I would not support the single family home extension. Well, PNS can discuss all of them and come back to council.
Okay.
I'm just telling you my position.
I also don't like the last 15 years thing. I do worry that that's going to suppress. I mean, again, maybe we'll see data that indicates that's not the case. We haven't seen that yet, right? But I do worry that's going to suppress people that want to build, you know, the kind of housing that we're going to need to get built by 2030 in order to hit our arena targets. So if you look at Alto Locale, for example, which is now leasing, okay, they're leasing, you know, 1-bedroom units for $3,500 and up, okay? You know, do we want to apply basically renter protections to places that rent brand new luxury units for $3,500 and up? Again, the people that rent those are not likely to be the people that, if they lose it, they're going to be living in their car. So I think the filter needs to be different, right? So I'm not persuaded yet that we need to extend that to units built in the last 15 years. Okay. Again, the test should be income and cost burdening, not other stuff, unless we want to be in the in the general purpose rental regulation business. But I don't think we do. I think we want to be in the safety net business.
Okay, thank you. So on B, which I thought you guys had turned your lights on for, I would suggest if Councilmember Ku accepts it, again, my intent here was just to change the number in the existing ordinance to 10. So I think we would delete the 4 cost burden households below an annual income and just say, expand our relocation ordinance to buildings of 10 units or more per property. Is that acceptable?
Yes, that's acceptable.
Okay. Does that address your city attorney? Is that, yeah.
Yes, you've now made it straightforward, and we might be able to meet your expectations for it. Quick turnaround.
Thank you, Councilmember Corbett.
Yeah, I was going to come back to B and try to make sure that what you're proposing here aligned with what we already had. I think you've done that. And I guess if we make some assumptions, which is always dangerous, based on Councilmember Phil's scatter plot, to the extent that some of the smaller units are more affordable, they are likely to be in the larger properties. So hopefully we're, working on the people who have the lower incomes and our rent burden. So I appreciate the clarification and simplification.
And Councilmember Ku, I see your hand up. Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to just ask staff if there's a need to put the wording high priority under, say, for example, B and where's the survey one?
I believe the survey is letter E.
Okay, for B and E, is there the need to add those words just so that staff can work towards those that we might find more high priority?
I'd accept those. Let's just go with that. I think
This is very important because this list, the staff report suggests that council will pick a small number of the ideas, and you are picking perhaps all of them. So we will work on these things, but some are very complex and will take a long time. So you just need to understand that that's what we're faced with.
And so, Mayor, the maker, is this the high priority? Those items that I named, are those the high priorities that you see?
Yeah, I think it's good clarification. And again, some of the others, I think if they go to policy and services, they're just naturally going to take longer.
Right.
And things like, supporting the county efforts, we can do that immediately. It's not really defined how much support, but.
I did want to also kind of address what Councilmember Phil said about C. When we're talking about within the last 15 years, there's also a fairness aspect while you're looking at cost burden. It could be one of the ways to look at that. But also what is placed upon the landlords and property owners of the older buildings. They are actually very much limited to their remodel costs and to their maintenance costs at that point, because they are now competing with newer buildings, and they are limited on how much they can charge for rent. And so it puts them in a burden, and it actually puts them in a less favored position. So if we expand it to those that are built in the last 15 years, it actually puts a more fair chance for a level playing field. That's just my observation.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we vote on the motion. Now you do. Yeah, go ahead.
So first on C, I've got a couple of concerns. One is that I think the mayor said that it was not intended to be single family homes, but I don't see anything in the language that says that, and it doesn't say to go to P&S, and it doesn't give any guidance in terms of.
On C, it doesn't list single family homes.
Yeah, but it doesn't exclude them. So if you're saying.
Yeah, there were 4 items, so it was only the first 2. If we want to say not the other 2, that's fine.
Well, I just want to be able to read the motion literally.
Yeah, you can. That's what I'm saying. I did not mention single-family homes or duplexes.
It's, I don't think it's correct to refer to things that aren't, there's no reference in the motion to what you want to refer to.
You're talking about C, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying units built in the last 15 years and units occupied in less than a year.
Yeah.
The other two things staff had were.
So if you had a home that was built, what in C does not.
Okay, so if we can just say not to include single-family homes not owned by a corporation or renters who live in a duplex and the other unit is owner occupied. But I did not include either of those.
Okay, if that's your boundaries. And were you saying that it would go to PNS or come right back to the council?
I was suggesting this one comes to the council.
Well, then it's got to be pretty clear what it's going to be.
Okay, I mean, sorry, it's shorthand for the the way staff described it. So it does not include renters who live in a duplex and the other unit is owner occupied.
And then second, I would be supportive of the.
And sorry. And the clerk had the other part correct before. And single family does not include single family homes that are not owned by a corporation.
Okay. And then I'd be good with.
What is a corporation ownership? Why is that relevant?
Because everything else is already covered under state law.
Okay. But I am a little concerned on whether including units occupied less than a year goes too far. And so I'd be supportive of this if that clause was deleted.
Councilmember Koo, would you support that?
Yes, okay.
Okay. All right.
So rather than delete that, let's just say it does not include units occupied less than a year, just to be clear.
Okay. And then on E, there's some language. I don't quite understand what "and estimates on effort to enforce it" means.
Sorry.
Can we clarify that language a little bit?
On E?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
again.
that was what Ms. Tanner had said.
Either
about-
way, I still don't, it's
I
not
see.
clear to me.
Yeah, so it's everything that goes along with a renter registration program, costs, enforcement, everything was kind of shorthand.
For renter survey, go to PNS for estimates on effort to enforce it. Estimates on effort.
We can word it better.
Yeah, let's do that. What are you trying to say there?
That we go to policy and services for discussion about all the aspects of a renter survey.
Okay.
Period.
Better than the other. And then lastly, we don't have anything in this motion about improving enforcement of existing renter protections, which interestingly was what the council had actually given the direction on. We've expanded it, but we've then excluded the one thing that the council was clear on.
E is
3
one of
years
them.
ago.
Yeah. We already have a renter survey in our ordinance, so this is part of it.
No, but we have the registration and the mediation, and we don't have adequate implementation of certainly the registration. And I mean, excuse me, I said registration. The option for your 1-year lease is what I should have been saying.
Okay, so do you have a proposed amendment?
Yes, ask staff, or let's refer it to PNS. So it would be an I suppose, to I'm sorry, I was in the recommendations of HRC or PTC, did they address this at all? I don't want to just do it on the fly if they've had some recommendations. I'm trying to understand why that's not, this issue isn't kind of the baseline that we're building from.
So I think there was an overview section that talked about enforcement overall, kind of the approaches that could be taken. And for some ordinance, for example, like the requirement to have a 1-year lease, that's a civil enforcement. The city doesn't proactively enforce that ordinance. And so I think it would be important if council is wanting to deviate from that structure of enforcement for these ordinances, that might be stated. I think the survey perhaps would be an exception. That's in some ways a program, but the other ordinances we would assume would continue to follow that.
Well, maybe the way we ought to be describing this is that pursuing implementation, enforcement, legal enforcement may be one way, but we don't even make sure that tenants and landlords know this is out there. We're not.
So again, our ordinance says they're supposed to. So maybe under E, as we do this survey, we add, including kind of communicating about some of our existing renter protections.
Well, okay, so that, does the survey go to the landlord or to the tenant?
Well, both, I think, was the idea.
It goes to both?
I think that a lot of, with some programs to have that, I mean, a lot of it does go to the property owner or manager to fill out information regarding the properties that they own and manage.
So that doesn't necessarily address it. It's kind of a continuation of our current problem.
Well, we remind them it's improved communication to what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, well, that may be one mechanism, but I think I'd more broadly want to request that, frankly, this is one that I'd like to send back to HRC and request that they come up with recommendations on more effective implementation of current renter protections. City renter protections, that would be my language for I. So refer to HRC to make recommendations to the council on how to improve implementation of current city renter protections.
Okay, I think I'll accept that the way it's worded. Councilmember Koo.
Yes, I can accept that.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on this. We're splitting out C and D.
Mayor, I don't think I have my hand raised.
Okay, sorry, just go ahead.
Sure. So in this motion, is there anything in here about staff reaching out to landlords and making sure that they have proper notice and are able to weigh in? Because I think that was kind of the big theme of the last time we heard this, was a lot of landlords weren't very aware of this. And I don't think we really had a chance to give their input. And I think, landlords are the ones who would be providing most of the housing, right? So I think we need to get their input as well. So can staff talk about what's the plan to do the outreach to the landlords in the city?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Tanaka. And I did have, that was actually a question I had for the council, and perhaps can just illuminate what we're taking from this motion to see if it's in line with what the maker and seconder of the motion had in mind. We would see letters B and C, which are coming back to council directly, that would probably be pretty limited to no outreach because we'd be working on the ordinance and coming back. And the P and S items would have perhaps more outreach as they're going to be kind of be worked on over a longer period of time. But if the intent of council is for outreach to be conducted on all the items, we would want to know that, and especially that would impact the timing of when they would return.
Okay, I think it's really, so thank you, Rachel, for your comments on that. I think it's really important to give staff time. These are some very important decisions that we're going to be making. And I've heard several council members who expressed concern about not having enough data when we make these kind of decisions. And really, we haven't done the kind of outreach that I think is needed because the people who are providing the housing is the landlords. And we need to understand their concerns and their perspectives. And so can we have like maybe one more, maybe this would be a friendly amendment, is to give staff time to do the outreach to the landlords? Is that something that the maker and seconder could consider?
I actually agree with what Ms. Tanner said. I think there will be outreach, and we should do outreach on the items going to policy and services, and that'll be a great forum for that. And items that would come back to council, they can come and speak to council when those come back to council. But I think that those items, B and C, are things that we have discussed already. And again, these are tweaks where we're changing some of the parameters.
So can we have like a J to give staff time and direction to get feedback from landlords?
So again, I think we have time. When they come back to policy and services, there will be a notification, and they can come participate.
Okay, so is what Rachel wrote, is that, or I guess whoever wrote that, is that acceptable?
No, it's not. You can make it an unfriendly amendment, but again, I think you need to be more specific to how it applies to each item.
Okay, so what would be acceptable to you?
Again, I think in the motion here, I think staff understands that when this comes to policy and services, we should do some outreach, make sure people are aware of the meetings happening, and they can come participate in the process. But what kind of outreach are you envisioning?
I think what we should do is we should do a mailing to all the landlords, letting them know what's going on, and that, especially telling them how this could impact their properties, and so that and perhaps include a survey form for them to fill out if they want to give input, and also perhaps if there's enough demand, perhaps meetings to actually discuss it and what this might mean, and then also notification as to when the meeting for them to speak out at council would be heard. So I think just that kind of basic outreach I think would be good, especially to people who are trying to provide this housing for our residents here.
Could we do E first so that we get the landlord's information to know how to email them? Yeah. I mean, we're not doing extensive renter outreach either.
Well, I think it's important because this is for a lot of people's their livelihood, a lot of their assets, a lot of their net worth is actually in this, and I think we want to be good partners. So I think making sure that they're aware of what's going on, I think it's going to be very important.
And Ms. Tanner, you have your hand up again.
Yes, it was just clarifying a couple other topics. So I don't know if this line of questioning is concluded. I can wait until then.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Tanaka?
Well, okay, I'll make it unfriendly if you're not willing to accept it. So so maybe J, which would be to do outreach, kind of what was done with the tenants using like Policy Link. So we should, I think the same kind of outreach we've done on the tenant side, we should do on the landlord side.
Okay. Does that reflect what you're saying?
Sure. Yeah, that looks good.
Is there a second?
I'd be willing to second it if staff could give me a sense of what adequate time would be. How would you interpret this? Would it take you 1 month or 1 year?
I mean, I would have to look at each item. If this is applying to all the items equally, it simply means that each, like, for example, B and C would not come back to council as quickly. And we'd have to, look at the other items. I think the PNS items, we, as I said, assume that those would include more outreach and more just a longer kind of percolation process of those policies being developed. So
Okay, that's helpful. Councilmember Tanaka, did you intend this amendment to apply to B and C?
I don't know if we have enough support without that. So I don't know. What is your sense in terms of what do you? I do think that it's not good to go forward with something so substantial without actually talking to the people who this is going to be affecting.
Okay,
so
I'm willing to second this if this applies, if this is basically a subset of B and C. And frankly, E.
Okay.
Do you want to speak to your second?
We talk a lot about engagement. These are pretty major changes. I think it's reasonable for us to take an extra, I can't imagine that the mailings would take, more than a month or so, considering the fact that we already have ways to do that. So I think I think it's worth us taking an extra month or two. That's, my estimate of making sure that everyone has enough information, not just to change the decision, but to get ready to implement it.
So could staff respond? Like, I thought part of the reason we wanted to do the surveys because we don't have this information. How would we email landlords?
We do have some contact information, but I do think, I guess, just responding to this specific thing, such as mailing surveys, public meetings, I'm not taking that to mean that that's what we need to do in all cases. And so, all of these methods of outreach may not be appropriate for each item or depending on the timing of the item coming forward. So if it is that we need to find a way to do a mailing, that's something we need to figure out how to pay for. So I'm
well, I think there's an or here. And I think you could also coordinate with California Apartment Association as well. But basically, there shouldn't, I don't think you want people to be surprised by this, right? Because you get a very bad reaction. So I think it's better to be proactive and do outreach and make sure that we're very transparent and that people, as Councilmember McCormack said, have time to actually contemplate how does it, how would it impact them? How could they implement it? What are the practicality concerns? So I think there's a lot of things that would help in terms of trying to make this a successful ordinance. So I think we should try to. So I think staff, there's a lot of wiggle room in this that should allow you guys to, do a sufficient amount of outreach.
Okay, so I'm going to clear the lights for speaking to the amendment, and I believe I have Vice Mayor Burt.
Thanks. So I do agree that these are important issues and we want to make sure that we have full outreach to both landlords and tenants. And when we look at the thousands of units that are in the larger units, I don't know how many complexes there are there, far fewer. For the most part, I think they're represented by the apartment association. I forget the name of it, but the tenants, I don't know how we're going to have specific targeted outreach to, 25,000 or more tenants in our community, and how do we identify them, and what's the cost and size of that task? So that's where I get hung up on this. Is good in theory, but I just don't see how we're going to do this in practice. I think that we should look at how, with the process that we have established here, we make sure that it has a full public engagement, which I strongly suspect it will. But other than that, I just don't think this is practical.
Yeah, and I'm not going to support this amendment. Like I said, to echo, I think what Vice Mayor Burt was getting at, we advertise our council meetings, we advertise our policy and service meetings. Those are public forums. I think these people that will be engaged and will come to those forums. And again, to apply this to B and C, which I think are fairly straightforward, there's existing state law on C. I think we're just slowing down some of the things that we could potentially be doing quickly that are going to help people in the community. Okay, so I'm going to suggest we go ahead and vote on the amendment. And I think I'm up first. I'm going to vote no. Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Stone.
No.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
No.
And Vice Mayor Burt.
No.
Okay, that fails. And I just want to remind council, we are running a little bit over. We do have another item. All right, so we're back to the original motion. Councilmember Tanaka, were you finished? Or do you have more?
No, I wasn't. So I think as we look at this, I think a lot of these items are really well intended, but I think the bigger picture might be missed here, which is that what our goal is, I think should be, is to really make sure that we're able to have socioeconomic diversity in our community and that we help the most number of people. And I think the way to do that is really to increase the supply of affordable housing. I think with these kind of rent control type of things, I think the main situation that we run into is that it helps the people that are here already. But what about the new people, right? The people that need it most, the people who are starting out. And I'm really concerned that by doing some of these items, it's going to severely impact people's willingness to supply affordable housing, which we need in our community. It's something that ABAGs and we get criticism from a bunch of people, and I think doing this is not going to help with that regard. Now, if I could be wrong with this, if we were to do outreach and landlords are saying, oh yeah, these are no big deal, we will still provide the affordable housing that we need in our community, this is not going to be an impact, then sure, I have no problem with this. But I think we're going kind of down a dangerous road where we have this incredible need for affordable housing, and I think pretty much everyone on council has said they support affordable housing. But then we have these kind of ordinances, which I think would be very anti-affordable housing. It would cause many people who might want to provide affordable housing to not provide affordable housing. And I mean, I can even look like for instance, like F. That's something which I can imagine. I was in my office hours. I was talking to someone who has a ADU at her house, right? Her husband, and she was like, because of these potential rent restrictions, we just don't need the money. We're renting out before, but we're just too much trouble now. We're just not going to do it. And so I think we also lose housing because of that. So I think while this may be well intended, I think we may be missing the bigger picture. So I think we need to really consider this carefully. I think also because we're not doing the kind of outreach which I think we should be doing to both the tenants and to the landlords, because it involves both. I think that we may be kind of in dangerous territory. So I just think that we're kind of rushing to this without actually knowing the implications of what's going on. We heard from the speakers from the first meeting where there's concern about these like year-long, 10-year-long type waiting lists for housing. And I don't think that's what we want in our city, right? I think we want to make sure that our city is welcoming, that we're able to help people of all socioeconomic means. And I think doing this will not do that at all. So I'm very concerned about this. I hope that word gets out, because it doesn't look like staff is going to get time to actually do this kind of outreach, which I think is critical. I think it's dangerous, and it's something which I'm hoping that at least maybe our local media can help cover. But it's not. I don't know if because the way you have to think about this is in supply and demand, right? If you create disincentives to create supply, there's going to be less supply. Fewer people are going to be able to get affordable housing. So I think this is not in the right direction, and something which I think is very concerning. And I think if landlords knew about this, it would also be very concerned. And there might be better ways of getting to this without having these kind of onerous restrictions that will cause a big drop in the supply of housing for our city, which we really need. And I think all of you guys have said that multiple times. So I'm hoping that when this comes back, because it looks like it might pass, we can think about this more carefully, and more outreach can be done.
Okay, let's try to finish this round. I have Councilmember Cormack's hand.
Thank
I
you.
have, wait a second, I have also
Yeah.
Ms. Tanner. Are you raising your hand again or?
Yes, sorry, Mayor Du Bois, thank you. I just had two clarifying questions. One is just for letter A. I just kind of read that as, if that is supported by council members, kind of an indication of the focus that these different items would have, if to the degree possible, to serve low income and rent burdened households. Is there any additional kind of impact that we should take from letter A?
It's really, I really meant it to provide an overall goal. Yes, I want to focus. I think the way you characterized it is good.
Okay, and then just to confirm again, B, C, I think, and E are the priorities. And just to kind of say how I imagine that we would handle that as staff is B is fairly straightforward. C will take a little bit more nuancing because we'll be creating something new versus amending an existing ordinance like letter B. And then E, of course, has many details to work out, which is why it's going to PNS for more discussion. And then the other items, with the exception maybe of G, would be worked on, after we are able to accomplish those first three. And so those would be at some point kind of in the future after those.
Yeah, I think that's the intention. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like the opportunity to improve E. I actually don't think it does what you want. It says a renter survey, and I don't think we just want staff to present, and I don't think we want a discussion. So suggested rewording would be refer to policy and services, the design and implementation of a rental survey, including proposed fees, resources, and timeline. This is so important, and I just want to make sure that
That's fine with me.
PNS gets the actual assignment that we want to give them.
Councilmember Koo, is that wording okay?
It sounds okay to me, but
all right. Let me just interrupt for a moment. It's not quite right yet. Design and implementation of a rental survey.
Ms. Tanner,
sorry, so apologize. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Does that make it clearer for staff?
I also believe, Councilmember McCormack, you said resources, not services.
Yes, sorry, having trouble reading my own writing. Yes, I said, refer to policy and services, the design and implementation of a rental survey, including proposed fees, resources, and timeline.
I think that does provide some additional clarity, in particular that, fees should be discussed and should be part of that conversation, and, kind of resources associated with implementation.
Yeah, I think the maker intended that with discussion of all aspects. But
Yeah, I mean, I think it also includes enforcement. I mean, I don't think we're not including things here. It's really to come back with a program.
Right.
Okay, also, it's not staff that refers it, it's that we do it, right? We're referring.
Yep.
Okay, great. I think the main change is making sure it goes from renter to rental. Thanks so much.
Thanks for the clarification. Let's go ahead and vote on this motion. Councilmember Koo.
I just have one more. I'm so sorry.
It's too late.
Okay.
Sorry.
Then yes, go ahead. Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
I'm sorry, are we voting on the entire motion or C or D?
Everything but C and D.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. Now we're going to vote on C and D, which is the just cause and anti-gouging discussions. Starting with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. And Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That was a really big item, and I'm glad we got through it. Again, I'm going to suggest that we just continue, and if council members need to take a break, you can just get up and take a break. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 11, which is grade separation alternatives at the Churchill intersection.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, I'm Philip Kami, the Chief Transportation Official from the Office of Transportation. And joining me tonight for tonight's presentation will be City Staff Ripon Bhatia, the City Senior Engineer, and our Grade Separation Engineering Consultant team from AECOM, Millette Litzinger, Peter DeStefano, Eddie Mercurio, and also Gary Black from Hexagon. This item's continued from the November 1st City Council meeting, where staff and consultants reviewed 3 grade separation design alternatives. Just to refresh your memory, that's the closure, the viaduct, and the partial underpass for the Churchill Avenue crossing. That are those are the 3 that are still in consideration. And in addition to that, staff provided an overview of additional studies that we are seeking feedback from council on in order to gain the information necessary to select a preferred alternative. So with that, staff would be happy to jump in wherever council would like us. Happy to park the presentation on a slide if that would be helpful for getting the conversation started. And I guess I'll just turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that quick summary. So I'm looking to my colleagues, if anybody'd like to go first. I think that last item took a lot out of us. I guess a few comments for me. Kind of similar, as we've gone through this thing for multiple years now, I do think it's important that we continue to narrow the alternatives. Again, there's a lot of, federal infrastructure money potentially coming. So I think getting us in a position where we have a preferred alternative is still important, even though I think the timeline for Caltrain may have changed with the pandemic. And again, as we've gone through these discussions over and over, I keep coming back to we have our set of criteria. I kind of focus a lot on what I hear from the public. I think again, noise, traffic impacts, visual impacts are all important. I am kind of where I was on Charleston and Meadow, which I did not hear a lot of support for the viaduct. So personally, I would be interested in removing that option. I think the residents did an amazing job starting this discussion on the underpass. I would like to see us kind of continue to refine that as a potential option. I think, we need more information, but I could potentially see making that the preferred option. And so, as we go through the discussion tonight, I think it'd be helpful to hear from staff. I think you're asking again about a bunch of potentially optional additional work we could do. Kind of what is the minimum? What are the next steps to really evaluate the partial underpass? The other area that I don't know if we need to resolve to get to the preferred alternative for Churchill, but we hear different options on a bike path to the high school. I think it'd be good to get some clarity. Is it Kellogg? Is it Seal? Is it TBD? So I'll throw that question out there, Philip. I mean, if we were to do some kind of bike crossing, where is the preferred location for that? If we did go with something like the underpass.
Yeah, thank you. So based on the prior direction of the council, and I'm going to try and pull up the exact slide for that. It was slide 30, and I don't know if it matters if we can get it pulled up in time, but at the August 23rd council meeting, council directed staff to review additional crossings as part of the city's bike and ped transportation plan update, which I mentioned earlier tonight. And our other item will be starting later this year. So I just want to mention that that would be our opportunity to really evaluate the bike ped crossings and prioritize them to consider the connectivity to our bike network. And as I mentioned earlier, our bike network and our Safe Routes to School network. And that process is intended to be inclusive of public outreach. So it would help us to garner what public support we have for different crossings and, potential impacts from changes to our, the streets for those crossings.
So again, I've heard Kellogg mentioned here. Is Kellogg no longer being looked at?
I wouldn't say it's no longer being looked at. I think that, I'm sorry, this is just reflecting the direction that was related to Charleston and Meadow. So I would say, no, that's not off the table. That's certainly something that we would look at in the bike and ped plan update.
Okay. I thought Seal was for Churchill as well.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct. Seal is for Churchill.
Okay. That's why I was asking about Kellogg. So,
yeah, but I'm sorry, just to say Kellogg is not off the table. I think that the bike and ped transportation plan would consider all and potentially even other options.
Okay. And then, if we do continue to look at the partial underpass, again, this idea of alternative construction techniques, it would be really good to see maybe an analysis of, is the box jack an option, and what would we save even in terms of impacts of not just the cost of the shoe fly, but of not impacting Ymca, which might be a little bit of a economic swag. But again, I see some real benefits there if we minimize disruption as much as we can. Okay, I'll stop there. I think Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, first I'd like to follow up on the mayor's comments. I generally agree that the partial underpass is a promising alternative that needs additional refinement and potentially certain studies. And that's one of the things we're going to have to grapple with tonight on what studies we would want to do at this time. We've authorized, for instance, I think the dollar estimate that we had on the Churchill and East Meadow geotechnical studies actually included Charleston and East Meadow geotech studies included Churchill, if I recall correctly. So I don't know whether that's an easy decision, for instance. On the bike crossings, as we discussed previously, we're understanding more and more that there is that addressing pedestrian, bicycle, and going forward micro mobility crossings is going to be a necessary prerequisite to doing any vehicular construction at these sites. And so I really think we've got to move forward with those improvements at a pace that is probably faster than what we're going to do on the vehicular part. And one of the things that I want to really encourage is that within this context, first, Kellogg never made much sense to me. We've got, if we put one in at Seal, we have a route right now that is on I'll call it the north side of Embarcadero, it's kind of the west side, that is a very extensively used bike route, but has no improvements on it. The bikes are forced to go on the sidewalk basically from Ramona out until you get into the underpass. And that was part of a well-designed improvement that we had going all the way out to El Camino and Stanford. And it was dropped, I think, in the FY21 budget changes. It was dropped from the capital improvement plan. And instead of being pushed out, it was dropped from the 5-year plan altogether. I think we need to recognize that the bulk of the costs of that are dealing with from the underpass to El Camino. They involve Caltrans and redesign of the whole Embarcadero Road intersection there and lights. But this short 50-yard segment from Ramona to the underpass provides a route that then is a cloverleaf for bicyclists at Trader Joe's and go right into the bike path parallel to the tracks that goes into Palo High without having to go on a signal, goes all the way to Mountain View on Park Boulevard and this bike path without hitting a single signal. And that 50-yard section is dangerous to pedestrians on the sidewalk, and it's dangerous to bikers, and I think we should elevate that. So that's a long explanation, but I think it's gotten pushed to the side, and it's an important part of this that I really want to get front and center again. The other question that I think we want to ask ourselves, which of these next steps should be referred to the Rail Committee, which has not been meeting because we've been waiting for the council to take actions that would really give some guidance and some requests to the Rail Committee. So I think as we go through this tonight, let's look at what we want to refer to the Rail Committee. They wouldn't be meeting this year, but hopefully early next year. Some of the things that may very well go there are some of the engagements with Caltrain, for instance. It's from my discussions with them through the LPMG. The next step really on narrowing this question of where the 4-track passing track system may be is influenced by us going forward and making the case why it's not practical in areas, certainly Churchill with a very narrow right-of-way. And it could also be a tool for fleshing out some of the other issues that we have with them. When we had a rail committee before, Caltrain attended every meeting. And we're losing that opportunity for the engagement that I think would be real valuable. Thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. So I just want to make the same statement I always make whenever anybody comes to my office hours or we discuss this. This is going to be expensive and disruptive, and it's going to change how we all get around town. And, I just like to state that because it's important for us to realize that's the context we're operating in. We had some really strong comments. I wrote them down. I think people used words like disingenuous and horrific. And I know that that change is hard, but I just want to encourage everyone to recognize how hard everyone has worked on this and the fact that it will be expensive and disruptive and changes will occur. So I just wanted to acknowledge the strong emotions that people have on this and the fact that changes will be happening. So working backwards, pardon me, I may have asked this last time, but I'm not sure. I just wanted to confirm I'm on page 20 of the staff report, which was packet page 376 from November 1st. Staff and consultants are not recommending any of the studies at this time. Is that right?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that I would say that we're not recommending any of them. I think the recommendation.
That's what the staff report says.
Yeah, well, so to step back, I think that was our original recommendation, was that we have the XCAP report and a lot of studies that have been done already into these things, and that we don't know that the information will produce additional information that will make narrowing to a preferred alternative more facilitated. But if council believes that any of these studies would be necessary in order to make that decision, and that's clearly what council indicated after the prior council meeting, then that's the direction that we should move in.
Okay. All right. Is it at all possible to see in a way that would help people the matrix, the Churchill evaluation of city council adopted criteria, or is that just going to be so hard for people to understand? visually?
So
At a
I'm-
minimum, maybe could we pop up the, the URL so people can find it, or direct people how many clicks they have to go through on which site?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. It's on connectingpaloalto.com. And then if you click on resources, and then fact sheets and matrix.
Okay.
And then it's
I
the
can
bottom.
bring it up. I can bring it up on the screen if that's helpful.
That would be great. I don't know if we'll be able to see everything, but this is where council started, and these are the criteria that I return to again and again, because these are what were established. We, never succeeded in prioritizing them. But if I think about what we have heard over the time, it's been A and B and C, which is the safety. Oh yeah, that's pretty promising. It matches to what we've got here. Okay, but is that Churchill? I only have 3. Yeah, there we go. Great, perfect, right there. Good start, thank you. I'm really looking at what's scoring well on A, which is facilitating movement. Again, we get reminded this is called Connecting Palo Alto. B, reducing delay and congestion. So you can see there's some fair variability on A and B. And then with respect to C, I'm really focused on safety. In terms of all of this, I know we all are, and these options look comparable. We don't have a lot of variability. I just want to emphasize under G, noise and vibration. I know there are so many concerns about noise, but every one of these options improves it. But it's kind of interesting to look at H and I. We've certainly heard a lot about both of those from nearby neighbors and from next to nearby neighbors. And it's interesting to see that H and I are really inverse of each other. Whether or not you maintain visual, minimize visual changes, to do that, which, for example, the closure with mitigations does, means you have less good access to neighborhoods, parks, and schools along the corridor. How am I doing? I'm just about to run out of time. This is what I'm thinking about as we get ready to narrow, if we decide to do that tonight. How do these stack up against the criteria? And how do we use this document to inform our decisions? Thanks so much.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions. I'm curious what level of coordination and conversation has happened to date with PAUSD?
I can speak to that, at least in the recent history a little bit. Just noting that PAUSD was previously members of, and I'm sorry, apologies, this was before my time, but was it the CAP or the XCAP? And I'm not sure which it was, but and decided to step off of the committee. We've provided PAUSD with a couple of different presentations on this. Noting that PAUSD, as you're well aware, did provide a letter expressing some concerns about the closure option.
Okay, so I guess the answer is pretty little. My understanding is that one member was concerned about whether they were representing the district or parents or other community concerns. I think it's unfortunate that person stepped down, because I think we lost a really important partner that needed to be at the table for this. So then, kind of following up on that, can staff clarify what they mean when they say they intend to host separate meetings with key stakeholders that include the school district, Stanford, PA, BAC, over a total of over 3 meetings? So I mean, will it be in like one separate meeting for each stakeholder? How would those meetings play out? I mean, is it really just to check a box and say, yes, we've met and we're we took comment, or is this really envisioned to be more of a, to engage and collaborate with those stakeholders?
Well, yeah, I think certainly the latter. So, the idea is to engage and collaborate with all of those partners, and so noting that the 3 meetings that were intended, and of course, this is where the scope can be changed however we desire, but that's intended to have collaboration of our consultants that we have here on the line. That doesn't mean that would be exhaustive of how much communication, outreach, and work that staff would do to communicate with stakeholders. But of course, as I mentioned, 3 meetings is, I think we have a cost estimate for our consultant to staff 3 meetings. If we believe that we need more, then that should be it'll cost more, but we should scope more meetings.
But so the total of 3 meetings, at least as far as what the staff kind of recommendation here, is that envisioning 1 meeting with PAUSD, 1 meeting with Stanford, 1 meeting with PABAC, or 3 meetings that each one of those stakeholders would be engaged with in 3 meetings?
Ripon, can you speak to the scope of this, or perhaps Millette, who's here from AECOM, could help us, understand what the scope of that 3 meetings was intended to cover?
Sure. I like to add is, like, at our last presentation also, we did find that the scope for the meetings probably was on a lower end, and we could definitely do more as a more formal settings also. But these are more formal meetings that we are talking about, where the consultants will be involved. But we would have more informal meetings at the staff level, and other meetings where we would engage with the participants from all these different entities to have more coordination, collaboration in the design efforts. But yeah, we definitely recognize that the 3 meetings were not adequate, and as we formalize a more specific scope of work, we could increase that number.
And Councilmember Stone, I think Chair of the XCAP, Nadia Nayak, is available. I think they did do some outreach to PAUSD.
Great. If she'd like to, if Nadia wouldn't mind adding on, that if the mayor is okay with that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, great.
So yes, it is correct that Barbara Best was actually the PAUSD representative that was on the XCAP, and she stepped off essentially because it was difficult for her to understand whether she was supposed to be representing the district's needs or the families of PAUSD at large. And it's unfortunate because it would have been better to have a sort of a constant liaison there. Since then, staff has had, as Philip mentioned, updates with PAUSD, and XCAP received letters from PAUSD. We received 2 of them specifically, but certainly the first letter showed, they were concerned about a complete closure of Churchill and pedestrians not making it through. And so it showed XCAP that they really didn't understand that the idea was that there would still be a bike and pedestrian underpass. So XCAP gave very specific recommendations about how to talk to PAUSD, and we spent a lot of time thinking about that. And our recommendation was that just like the council has, or the city has a process by which projects have to move through, a project might go to planning first, then to ARB, then to historic resources, what have you, before everything gets approved. PAUSD has a similar process for transportation projects that as they move through kind of the district, whether it's safe routes to school or city school liaison. And so what XCAP suggested was that the city staff work with PAUSD staff to understand PAUSD's process and to come up with a formalized way so that it's very clear how many meetings you need to have and with exactly which groups to be able to
Thanks, Nadia. I see I'm out of time. Mr. Mayor, can I follow up with staff on one point there? Again, I mean, that seems like a very reasonable path forward that will be able to address some inefficiencies here with the three meetings or how this process is played out. I think we're all frustrated as well with the lack of engagement and collaboration here. Can staff weigh in on that recommendation to be able to truly engage the school district, figure out this process and move forward in a more collaborative effort?
Yeah, so happy to. And I just want to note that, per the scope outline, the intent was to have a separate meeting virtually with each entity with our consultant. And that doesn't mean that would be the only meeting that we would have with them. Just if we wanted to get into technical questions, that we would be able to have the consultant there to provide support. But so frankly, I think what we would like to do as staff is talk to PAUSD and find out what their preferred method for receiving this information and for providing feedback would be. I think that we'd like to have this be a collaborative approach, not just to the PAUSD, but also Stanford and Payback, and to make sure that all of their input gets considered.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think worthy goal, and I think there are a lot of implications that would come with the Churchill closure that I'm not sure if the district has fully considered up into this point, and or at least haven't communicated with us, and to be able to have those conversations are going to be important. I'm out of time for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thanks. Couple of questions. On the partial underpass option, there's some references to potential taking of property if we do that one. Do we have any more information on that? How much does that look like now at this point?
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember if we have that in one of our slides, but Peter, can you provide a little bit more information on that? Or perhaps Millette?
Yeah, I think a good place to show that is from the fact sheet that's for that alternative on there, that's on the website as well. I think we had a graphic in there that showed the different parcels that were impacted.
Yeah, Millette, if you can't pull that up, I actually have an exhibit that I could show. I could zoom in.
Go for it. Yeah, I don't have it up.
Let me do that.
Yeah.
And everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Give it 1 second here. Yeah, so the let's see here, the color code here for the partial acquisitions are shown in green. In fact, they're so small at the corner of this intersection, you can really see it unless I zoom in. So just the corners there. And then on Churchill itself, on the other side of the tracks, there'll be little slivers on each side. And this could be refined later, but this is what our initial take was. And oops, let me zoom back in. This isn't necessarily an acquisition, but a swap needed to construct the retaining walls.
Got it. Okay, so it's relatively modest, though.
Yeah.
You're not seasoned houses and stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah, I believe the width from back to sidewalk is about 10 to 12 feet on this south side.
And just for the construction period.
Right. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, and we could try to minimize that, but yeah, this was just the first pass.
Okay.
Wasn't there some on Kellogg as well?
Yes, good point. I think there are in Coleridge too, I believe. There's little triangular slivers at each corner at Kellogg, Churchill, and at Coleridge.
Oh yeah, okay.
And just to note, you can probably get a sense of this a bit if you look at slide 16 in the PowerPoint, which shows where the Kellogg and also where the bike and ped ramps are there. And I think there's also a sliver on Mariposa a driveway or something on Mariposa.
Yeah, there's a driveway on this fronting Mariposa, not on Churchill. Is that what you meant, Phil?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Second question. For the closure option, in order to mitigate the traffic relocation, there's most of the cost is actually enhancements and changes to the Embarcadero overcrossing. Do the Embarcadero mitigations still have value under the partial underpass scenario? That is, are we still going to want to do those because of traffic on Embarcadero anyway?
Gary, can you help us with that? We have Gary from Hexagon.
Yeah, I would say they certainly would have benefit, but the amount of traffic that would be diverted to Embarcadero under the partial underpass alternative would be such a small number that they wouldn't be necessary to mitigate.
Okay. Okay. And then finally, under the closure option, are there other design changes needed in that area on Kingsley and in Lincoln and so forth in order to minimize traffic in the neighborhoods? Are those significant?
I guess I can answer that. Kingsley was meant to be the major connecting road between Alma and Embarcadero,
right?
To mitigate the diversion of traffic, and so there would be an effect of increased traffic to the homes on Kingsley. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Right, but you don't foresee, changes needed to Lincoln, for example, on the other side or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, okay, so thanks, that's helpful. It seems to me that the crux of what we're looking at least this evening, I mean, the real decision is, are we going to close Churchill or not, right? If we're going to keep Churchill open, there are kind of two alternatives that we have three alternatives in progress right now. There are two alternatives to do that. One is the partial underpass and the other is the viaduct. And it seems to me that I'm kind of with the mayor on this, that, as long as the partial underpass option is viable, I mean, why would we do the viaduct instead of that one? Okay. The viaduct is the most expensive. It's the ugliest. And, it requires, some, concessions from Caltrain and some other stuff like that. So it seems to me that as long as the partial underpass is viable, then whether or not we get to one alternative, tonight or so forth, we ought to at least be able to get to two. Unless there's a compelling reason we should choose the viaduct over the partial underpass, I would be okay with eliminating that one. That said, it seems to me, and I think it's all of us, the top priority on this whole project, on this whole issue, is Charleston Meadow, right? And coming up and getting to a preferred alternative with Charleston Meadow as fast as we can. It's the combination of the biggest traffic impact on the city, and it's also the least outreach and stakeholder impact of any of these crossings, right? And so as we worry about funding and timing and so forth, it seems to me that should be our top priority. And so things that sort of divert our attention and resources off of getting to a preferred alternative for Charleston Meadow, in terms of staging things, it seems like that's where the priority ought to be. The one exception to that on the Churchill thing is, it seems to me that, and the vice mayor alluded to this, the most pressing thing on the Churchill crossing may be to resolve the bike and ped strategy. Okay, particularly if future constructions can impact that. So I can see that being a high priority. But I hope that the discussion around this, it's really not going to distract us from getting to Charleston Meadow as sort of if you think about this as phases, my mental model is phase one is Charleston Meadow. Okay, and phase 4 or something like that is Palo Alto Avenue and Churchill somewhere in the middle. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any hands. Councilmember Cormack, you want to go again?
Yeah, we're doing a second round?
Looks like it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the discussion and questions so far. Again, focused on the evaluation here versus the criteria. I'm struck by the fact that, the partial underpass does really well on the first page, and that, which is the evaluation criteria. But can staff help me when I turn the page and look at the engineering challenges, it looks like it scores overall, I would say, the worst of the 3. Is that staff's interpretation of the engineering challenge page of Churchill?
I think that's probably somewhat fair to say, although not to say that there aren't challenges from the others. But I think that's fair from an engineering perspective. Digging down, the pump station and all that complicates things.
Yeah, okay. All right, especially concerning when we get down to O, probability of approval by Caltrain, it's got the worst possible score on that. So that's a concern. One thing we haven't talked about tonight is embedded in the minimize visual changes is landscaping changes. I'm not sure everyone is, the community is internalized yet, from those pretty pictures and all of the animations, that significant landscaping changes are going to occur, really with almost all of these. A little bit less so with closure with mitigations. I'm sorry, I might have missed it, Mr. Cami. When do we expect the bike ped plan to be updated? In all your spare time?
Yeah. We're intending to start that project this year, and that will be concluded sometime in the next year.
Sorry, this year, this calendar year?
Sorry, this fiscal year, it will be started. If you recall earlier, we are using VTA TDA funds, and we had that approved for expenditure starting this year.
Okay.
And so we'll be starting that project this year and concluding it sometime next year. Fiscal year.
All right. Well, that's important. And I think that work really needs to be done. I know we've talked about this before. So especially because the last time we did it, we weren't looking at the same potential increases in housing units and people who would live there. Now we've got pandemic related work changes. We've got changing enrollment, in schools. Like there have been so many things that have changed that I'm glad we're being smart about that and looking at it holistically rather than, focused on it at the specific crossing standpoint. I don't know that I necessarily agree with Councilmember Philseth that Charleston Meadow is the priority. I think we have to work on all of these at the same time. Certainly Charleston is a priority for the fact that it's the least safe of all of them. So that for sure. But it's not clear to me that, working on all of them at some level is going to necessarily slow down Charleston Meadow, unless there's something I don't understand. What does staff say? So aside from the engineering challenges, what does staff hear from the community about the partial underpass that is negative? What are concerns that you hear?
Oh, I would love to pull up the survey data that we had from our town hall. We received quite a lot of feedback. I think actually, if I'm recalling correctly, and I'm hoping somebody here can fact check me, but I believe that the partial underpass was received more favorably than the other alternatives for Churchill. Millette, can you fact check me on that? Am I correct or incorrect on that?
Are you referring to like surveys that we did before?
I was talking about from our virtual town hall.
Yeah, I'd have to pull up the meeting summary and I can do that while we're talking and look at what that said. But I think that is correct, but I would have to verify that.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the concerns just to see, if there are things that we need to mitigate if we decide to do some of these surveys, for example. Not surveys, studies. So it's just something to think about. I'm sure we'll keep going. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I wanted to visit the Embarcadero Alma reconstruction needs that might be required yet. So we've got a proposal to add an additional lane on Alma over Embarcadero that is estimated to be $25 million for a vehicular lane. I guess one of my questions is that whole interchange, the existing interchange, I'm not even sure if all of it, but certainly a major portion was built in, I think, 1936 or so. So we'll be pushing 90 years by the time anything would be happening. It's a 3-lane road, which, in today's traffic isn't ideal. So what do we think are the chances that we're going to need to do more than what's ballparked here on that interchange and a more fundamental rebuild of Embarcadero if we were going to close Churchill?
I'm not sure I can speak to the chances or the odds that we would need to do something more fundamental or more substantial to Embarcadero. I think that, the traffic consultant, Gary, has evaluated potential opportunities for us to improve Embarcadero. And those are the options that have been provided under that plan.
Okay. And then I do want to make a comment on the engagement of PAUSD. I think we don't want to kind of piecemeal the engagements. When that needs to happen, I think we need to have payback in the same room and maybe other neighbors there so that we really have a dialogue with them and rather than kind of piecemealing that. We also have an issue on how do we fund some of these additional studies, and we have on Thursday, the VTA will be voting on their plan for how to allocate Measure B dollars, particularly for the grade separations. It looks like the agreement that we and the other 2 cities have signed on to is likely to go through with strong support. But one of the things I've already raised to the VTA as a representative is that we're facing certain additional studies to really refine options, including as Councilmember Philseth was talking about, it just at Churchill, it's one of the most constrained locations on the entire Caltrain corridor, with a very narrow right of way and built out on either side and a high volume road immediately abutting it. It just doesn't give us wiggle room. And so we've got to do some additional studies to be able to try to come up with our final preferred alternative. Currently, the Measure B dollars are intended for after cities have come up with the final preferred alternative, but we could go through and select one, then do the studies, and the studies determine that we couldn't do that alternative, and therefore we have to backtrack. And so I made that argument to VTA and that we should be allowed to use Measure B dollars that are our proportionate share of Measure B dollars if we want to use some of them in the near future for some of these serious studies on geotechnical and otherwise, that we should be allowed to do so. They were receptive to that in principle. I think that's another one of the items that we'd want to follow up on because that could really help us out. And I just want to touch on some thoughts on items that maybe should be referred to the Rail Committee. There's been discussion periodically about that the guiding principles and the criteria were selected several years ago. They're probably generally still the right set, but there's been discussion about the need to review them and make sure they still reflect what has come out in all the community discussions on what ought to be the guiding principles and criteria. I also think that the Rail Committee could take the lead on getting the 4-track option narrowed down, and perhaps on the outreach with folks like PAUSD and Payback, and as Philip, mentioned, Stanford, because they are really a very interested party, and they haven't been engaged even less than PAUSD, and we've got to get them involved. I think those would be my other points, and I'll wait until we get into motions.
Okay, again, not seeing a lot of hands, I'll jump in, and I do think it's time for motions. So again, looking at the criteria, I still disagree. It's similar to Churchill Meadow, where the viaduct on noise looks the same as the other two. But when you read the staff report, it says the noise will travel further and impact more homes. So I just feel like, we haven't scored the viaduct correctly on that one. And I know we say we could put up a sound wall, but we could also look at a sound wall for the at-grade rail. I agree with the idea of, again, we keep talking about it, but the need to engage with Caltrain on the 4-track. I think if we could get to a preferred alternative and go to them with that would probably move this conversation forward in a way we haven't been able to do yet. I guess my biggest question is I don't really see what other studies would be helpful at this phase. And so if there is interest in the partial underpass, I guess, Philip, are there any studies you think we would need to do next to advance that?
Sorry, I'm just pulling up my list of the other additional studies.
I think a lot of them come later once you're further along, if I understand.
Well, so just generally, that's coming back to a question that Council Member Cormack asked earlier is regarding our recommendation. Really, most of these things typically would be studies that are done at a later point in the process once you've determined a preferred alternative. Yeah, I do think the bike and ped, work which we're planning to do through the bike and ped transportation plan will provide value. I don't know that any of these specifically would, frankly, assist council in making a decision on reducing another alternative.
Okay, so there is a bike and ped listed here. Is that in addition to what you're already doing?
That's the task 11 that we've defined as something we're already going to do through the bike and ped transportation plan update.
Okay. So again, I feel like we all have a lot of information on this. I think I agree with Councilmember Filseth that if we needed to talk about construction, it would probably be Charleston, then Meadow, then Churchill. But I think I also agree with Councilmember Cormack. Kind of depends what we mean by work on these things. I do think we should get to preferred alternatives for all 3 crossings. And again, I think part of the issue we need to think about as a council is just how much time we've spent on this, and the knowledge we've gained with the XCAP, rail committees before that. Just what is the cost of the city going to be if we pass this on to a future council that's likely going to have to start from scratch and relearn all this stuff? At what point do we kind of make a decision. And so again, I think we're at a point where we need to make motions. You know, where I am, I think, is I'd like to kind of move forward with the partial underpass as the preferred alternative, and then we could have closure as a backup if it proves to be infeasible. But again, I'd like to hear from my colleagues kind of where we are on this. Yeah, Councilmember Carmack, before we go to a third round, do we want to hear from other colleagues that haven't spoken yet?
And if it's all right, just to address the question that I semi-answered earlier, the survey results from the virtual town hall did indicate that there was a preference to the partial underpass. It received 104 votes to the closure, which received 50, to the viaduct, which received 39. And also just to note some of the I guess drawbacks or concerns that we heard about the partial underpass included bike connectivity, construction challenges, and the time period, the aesthetics of there's a lot of concrete walls, and removal of the landscaping strip on Alma. Just to note, that's a pretty significant cut there along Alma.
Okay. All right. Well, any colleagues that haven't spoken want to jump in? If not, we're going to go to Councilmember Carmack.
Well, I'm going to answer the mayor's question, you know, about, you know, where you were headed. And I'm probably in agreement that partial underpass would be my preference based on the criteria. I remain concerned about the engineering challenges. So I appreciate you saying that in the event that it's infeasible or whatever, you know, other words we might want to have, that closure with mitigations would be secondary. I guess what I'm hesitating on, and I realize that it's not before us, is I can imagine a scenario under which a viaduct might extend north. And so if we preclude some, you know, amazing alternative, that's the only thing that I'm thinking about, is we're making this decision a little bit in isolation. And so if I sort of up level it and think about any changes we might see at Embarcadero or University or at the Creek, or what's Menlo Park doing that we might want to connect to, that's the one thing that, you know, I'm having trouble letting go of. But again, that's not before us tonight. I think your direction is reasonable. But I remain concerned about the engineering challenges. I am in agreement that it's not clear to me what more studies would help us make the decision. I think the more studies would help us refine the partial underpass. Mr. Kami, thank you so much for reminding us of the negatives. Those are the ones that I recall hearing once you refresh my memory on that. So, you know, that's where I am. In terms of rail committee, definitely anything that we need to do a deep dive on, whether it's the 4 tracks or, you know, specifics of some of the studies, or real detailed work on, you know, funding strategies. Rail committee might be the right place to do it. It's, you know, we've missed out this entire year. So we'll pass that on to whoever's on the rail committee next year. I guess before we go any further, if staff was going to make their very best argument for the viaduct, give it to us. What would that sound like?
I'll probably have a different one than other staff, but for me, it's the bike and ped opportunities that a viaduct presents. So a viaduct potentially could be another additional bike and ped path that could be created underneath it. So provides that it completely separates the rail from the both vehicular and bike and ped traffic. So completely removes that as any point of conflict.
Okay, and just to double click on the viaduct as bike and ped, one of the inherent problems with any of these other options is the rate at which we expect bicyclists to go down and up, right? You know, it'd be preferable if they continue at a flat level surface.
Yeah, that's correct. It's easier to bicycle on a flat surface.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any other staff members want to make their best argument for the viaduct?
I'll just mention that something that was sent to me was least disruption to existing roadway traffic.
Okay, I'm just going to return to my very first comment is that this is going to be disruptive, but so degree of disruption, appreciate that. Anybody else? Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
I just want to be bring forward that the bike and the ped and bike plan that I think in the November 1st and also we received a reminder email from one of the members of the public to ensure that we have the not just looking into the seal and the Loma Verde bike and ped path, but also to look into the Adobe Creek one, which is even further south. So I would hope that those are not going to be lumped into the bike plan, but specifically addressed, especially for prior to the construction and prior to the rail work, which will close off all these roadways. I appreciate very much the discussion about the viaduct and that it will provide a leveled pathway for the bicyclists and the pedestrians. At the same time, I do want to remind that a lot of this is going to be over people's homes in many areas along that pathway. And that is going to be have huge impacts to aesthetics, but also to potentially noise, but also to property values. So I do want to address that as well and have that out there, where there's all the benefits and the pros, but there's also the downside of a viaduct. Thank you.
Okay, council members need a motion. Councilmember Filsack.
Move to eliminate the viaduct.
So you keep two options?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
You guys do speak to it?
I think the leading two are the partial underpass and the closure for very different reasons. I understand the point about keeping bike traffic level underneath, but again, bikes still have to go across Alma, which they don't have to do on the other options, right? And so weight against that. And so I think if I had to choose between the viaduct and the partial underpass, right, I think the partial underpass would makes a lot of sense, assuming it's feasible, right? Again, I worry that by putting the focus on Churchill now, while we haven't dealt with Charleston and Arastradero, the place we don't want to get to is we're going down the path. Okay, now we need to get funding. Now we need to start construction and so forth. We haven't resolved Charleston or Arastradero, but we've got something here at Churchill. So we're going to charge forward on Churchill. But Churchill is the most complicated and the least important of these. It's the least urgent of these. It's got less traffic. Okay, the safety problems are lower, and the complexity is much higher. Right? We need to deal with Charleston Meadow, and So if I could make a motion on Charleston Meadow, I'd do that instead. So I think we need to get Charleston and Meadow leading on this. Okay. And I worry that if we go down we pile onto the Churchill path, it's not the most important, right? There are a lot of unknowns still floating around on this. Okay. Will we really get to 14 trains an hour by 2030? We don't know that. I mean, we got hybrid work from home. We got the Omicron variant. There's still, traffic on. Usage of Caltrain is still very, very low right now. There's a lot of unknowns here. Okay, we might not need to do anything at at Churchill for many years to come. Right. So to charge into this now, okay, before we deal with Charleston Meadow, I think we're putting the cart before the horse, and we really ought to shift our focus there.
Councilmember Koo.
I think I spoke to my to the reason why I don't believe a viaduct is going to be a good option or alternative.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Burt.
Okay, so let me try to offer a couple of amendments. One, I actually think that we can include in this motion something along the lines of what Councilmember Philseth was just talking about, on that Charleston East Meadow is both the higher priority and the more feasible alternative. So if we could add, let's put eliminate the viaduct as A, and then B is to place the highest priority on addressing the Charleston East Meadow crossings.
You want to say addressing or reach a preferred alternative?
Well, I think at this point in time, we still want to be pursuing both, but we don't want to place the full design and construction as the same priority in our own minds. And so just to get it out there as the priority. And then let's see.
Stakeholder outreach.
Yeah, so I think C could be referred to the real committee in calendar year, or early in calendar year 2022. Review of the guiding principles and criteria. That's number one. Two, pursue with Caltrain a reduction in areas in Palo Alto being considered for 4 tracks. 3, to facilitate an engagement with PAUSD and Stanford. And 4, to engage with Caltrain through the LPMG and staff, design alternatives and construction methods preferable to Palo Alto.
So on 3 there, engagement with PAUSD and Stanford, you mean specifically on the preferred alternative for Churchill?
No, actually that should be expanded on all grade crossings. So we can just, after Stanford, say on all grade crossings.
If I excuse me, if I can chime in just really quickly. One of the items that we're seeking feedback tonight is approval of additional, I would say tasks is probably a better word than studies. And one of those is outreach. So just noting that, one of those is task 9, which is outreach, which included the outreach to PAUSD, Stanford, and Payback.
Yeah, and I certainly envision that there'd be a collaboration on this with staff and perhaps with the consultants. But I don't know that we need to hire the consultants to talk to PAUSD, for instance, and work out that process. So I'd leave it up. I don't want to try to define that tonight, but I'd want the Rail Committee to have a lead role in working that out. I mean, we really haven't seen the engagement through the process to date of these two critical stakeholders, and we can work with staff to work out that process. Let's see, and then on a D, it would be D rather than 5. Yeah. To eliminate the Kellogg area as a bike ped crossing alternative. And a D, that would be a D1, and then D2 would be to evaluate a South Palo Alto bike ped crossing in the vicinity of Adobe Creek, consistent with the 2013 rail plan.
So is this actually before us tonight? I mean, Philip said he's bringing this stuff back as part of the bike ped plan.
Well, there's nothing in the bike ped plan that I'm aware of on that location. And actually the fact that what Councilmember Koo referenced is that I've only recently become aware that a big problem that we've had is how are we going to have bike ped crossings in South Palo Alto during all this construction? And lo and behold, there was a concept in the 2013.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
rail plan.
is this agendized for tonight? This aspect?
Well, I can ask the city attorney.
Right. Philip, can you help us with
this
how items D1 and D2 relate to what's covered in the staff report and the agenda title?
Yeah, well, I would say that it's not specifically in the agenda title or recommendation, but just to note that the Kellogg area and the Adobe Creek and all of that could be considered in the bike and ped transportation plan. Really, we want to find what works best for the bicycle and pedestrian network as we're considering it as a holistic product. So I guess I'm not sure.
I just want to make sure that this is included in that bike ped consideration, because there had been no discussion about it through the whole XCAP process. And so I just want to really highlight it and make sure that it's not excluded, that it is included in consideration, not a determination tonight that we would do it.
Yeah.
Eliminate the Kellogg area as a bike ped crossing alternative is certainly.
Well, that doesn't allow us to
transcends that, right?
So that wouldn't allow us to compare Kellogg and Seal at a later date. So I think having more options would be preferable for consideration in the bike.
Okay, so then I'll rephrase D1 to say, pursue Seal as a preferred bike ped crossing over Kellogg. And then I want to get in here to also pursue improvements, bike ped improvements on the north side of Embarcadero between Ramona and the underpass. And I actually think that's our most lowest cost, easiest to do improvement in the whole bike bed consideration.
So I think Transportation Director Kami's question is, are we over constraining the holistic bike ped plan that he's working on now?
Yeah, so that's why I've tried to dial it back.
Yeah, what do you think, Philip? What's most useful to you?
Council members, I'm not sure you really have alerted the public that you're going to do work on the bike ped plan. This seems like this is another item.
Well, so the bike ped improvements as they're necessary for Churchill have been part of this whole discussion. They're in the staff report. The only exception is whether we can make a referral on the South Palo Alto. I don't think there's any issue on being able to talk about the other ones.
Okay. Although what you said, or you said something earlier that might be useful language, which is you said, make sure this stuff is in the bike ped item that staff's going to bring us.
Yeah, so maybe that's a way is to frame D as that. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to just suggest as part of the bike ped cross.
Make sure the bike ped plan includes.
That's right. So let me just includes consideration of, and then we can drop the pursue under seal. Just seal as a preferred bike ped crossing instead of. It doesn't eliminate Kellogg. It's just that's our guidance tonight. There's an E on seal, and on 2 would be
consideration of a north of Embarcadero bike improvement.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that covers everything.
So is this a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'll accept it. Right.
Okay.
The seconder is Lydia.
Yes, accepted.
Okay.
Is it okay to add planned after bike ped?
Sure.
Yeah.
There. Yes. Thank you.
Sorry, and it would be the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. Just
gotcha.
Thank you, though. Appreciate Councilmember Koo helping me get on track there.
Yeah, and on D2, Philip, do we need to clarify the area? It's really what was already in that the fragment of the previous project.
Well,
the intention is to not look at just not go the multi-million-dollar project out to El Camino at this time, although you may be doing that as part of the bike bed plan, but to put a more immediate focus on this low-cost, high-value fragment as part of the bike ped plan consideration. We're just trying to give guidance on some things that we want to see, make sure they have strong consideration in the bike ped plan.
Yep. Well, these are things that we would certainly be looking at into the bike and ped transportation plan. If it helps council to include these items, I think that's fine.
Okay, great. I think that's good for me.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Okay, I'm a little confused about C2 because I'm referring to the staff report and we've already directed staff to establish policy to engage with Caltrain on 4 tracks, which I recall us being told that it was important that we engage city council staff and LPMG representatives. So what is new about 2?
It's really clarifying the how to do that through the rail committee. We haven't seen any progress on that engagement. I just want to make sure it goes forward. And I thought the rail committee would maybe be the best way to do that. because we can have actual dialogues with Caltrain through the rail committee. And
Okay,
things.
so the rail committee will be our policy.
There'll be what?
Oh, the rail committee will be the policy? Okay.
The policy?
Well, last time we directed staff to establish a policy to engage with Caltrain on 4 tracks by city council staff and LPMG representatives. So that's what we had in the motion last time. So I'm just trying to understand, is now our policy that the rail committee would do it?
Well, taking a lead, they'd certainly be working with staff. I mean, it's going to be a collaboration of.
Oh, yeah,
staff
for
work.
sure.
Yeah.
But okay. All right. Engagement is fine. And what are staff's thoughts on C4? I feel like we've gone round and round on, construction methods.
Well, I'll say this, and I've said this many times, and just a note, we have Caltrain a couple times. It's typically written as one word. So if we move with this motion, we could probably fix that. But typically construction methods are something that you determine a little bit later in the process. Once you get into, preliminary engineering, environmental, and you determine construction methods. So I'm not sure, and I'm actually curious maybe if AECOM wants to get in here, is if this motion were to pass and we're down to 2 alternatives, if that becomes something that becomes more reasonable for consideration. But I'm also not sure whether what's being referred to here is the box jacking evaluation as a construction method, and just noting that there's a cost there's a cost associated with conducting a study to do that box jacking evaluation. We're not confident that there will be a cost savings from using that method.
Can I offer that? So the intention here is to work with Caltrain and other cities on the corridor, and this has been discussed with the LPMG and agreed upon in principle by Sebastian Petty, who heads the grade separation work for Caltrain, and that, for instance, there's design standards, and then there is a construction method, and that's probably principally the jack box. Intention would be that we would not be absorbing the cost of that. The Caltrain will do that because it has implications on the entire corridor. And Caltrain is recognizing that that's something that could potentially reduce the cost of construction at a whole number of locations. And so that's a distinction. Is up until now, we kept hearing from staff and our consultants that if we wanted to pursue these things, it would be on our dollar, but that's not what the intention is here. It would be Caltrain looking at design alternatives, vertical grades, vertical curves, different things like that, even freight speed. Those are things that Caltrain would look at as within the system requirements, and a group of cities who are sharing similar concerns would be working with Caltrain to define what we are interested in them evaluating.
Okay, well, it's been a difficult to figure out when to have that conversation with whom. So I'm going to interpret this as a place to have a more focused conversation. I do feel like it's missing a word. I don't quite understand how we go from staff to design.
Yeah, I think it's missing the word "to."
Okay.
Thank you very much for that explanation, Vice Mayor Byrd. I understand now. And I'm trying to remember what the plan that Caltrain is working on is called. It's not their design standards, but they're looking at some sort of study where they'll be, trying to look corridor-wide at.
Yeah.
And I think this is really what you're referring to, is having staff and the LPMG and staff engage with, and the rail committee engage with Caltrain on really that project, or that project where they'll be evaluating design alternatives and construction methods region-wide.
Right.
Okay, so thank you. That's very helpful, and it seems like a reasonable next step. I'm just going to go to C1 and D1. So with C1, I feel like it's going to be a little too late for us to review the guiding principles and criteria if we've already narrowed things down so much. I think it's a worthwhile discussion. I just say it's a little bit, horse after the cart, or whatever the inversion of the metaphor would be. And then D1, help me understand what's so important about eliminating Kellogg and choosing Seal. What information do you have that leads you to believe that's the right decision to make now?
Well, I've been baffled by Kellogg really being on the table if you're doing Seal and improve Embarcadero. It just doesn't add value. If you look at geographically, who would take Kellogg? And there's almost nobody that would take Kellogg as a bicyclist if you do those other two improvements.
Well, I think you're assuming we're doing Seal. I wasn't sure that that was an assumption.
And then if you're going to choose between Kellogg and Seal, once again, if you've improved on Embarcadero, then there's far better advantage for bicyclists going to Palo principally and other people, and even grade schoolers to go at Seal than it is to go at Kellogg.
So that may all be true, but I'm not ready to make that decision tonight. I think we should stick with what we said last time, which is put everything in the bucket.
Well, that's why, just to clarify, we
consideration of-
added the preferred as opposed to a stipulation.
Yeah, I don't have enough information to make that decision tonight. I appreciate your reasoning, but I would prefer to wait for the entire plan. So are the maker and seconder willing to take that out, or do we need to split it out for voting? I mean, I guess the way what I would rephrase it, so could we rephrase D1, consideration of, the merits of Seal, vis-a-vis Kellogg? I just think it's worth having a discussion, and it may very well end up where you're saying it.
I'm okay with that because I'm confident enough where it'll end up.
And I'll just note that
between that, I'm okay with it because to me, the difference between that language is actually pretty small, right? In practice.
I think staff, when we prefer something, they end up choosing it. So I'd prefer to let staff and team work on it.
I'm okay with it if the maker of the amendment is okay with it, and if the seconder of the motion is okay with it.
I'm good.
Then I'm good.
Okay, thanks very much. And I'm sorry, Mr. Kami, did you have something additional you wanted to add?
No, I think it resolved itself. I was just going to say that really the BNP TP, the Bike and Ped Transportation Plan, will prioritize and evaluate these different considerations, including community input on them, and
just to clarify, I think we're
the bike network.
Sorry to interrupt. I think we're deleting all of that after Kellogg, correct?
I think so, because we're not sure what the preferred is, and there might be more than one crossing, right, in this area.
And we may want to refine the wording on D2. It's a little awkward. Maybe it should be consideration of improvements on
North of Embarcadero.
north
Bike improvements,
side
yeah.
of Embarcadero.
Okay, and yeah, we got an email about D3. That's fine. It sounded to me like Mr. Kami had already thought about it. And I think if we review the motion from last time, we were very clear about during construction, that the bike plan, ped plan needed to take into consideration during construction. So if that helps people feel more comfortable to add D3, that's fine. But I do think it was covered in our prior motion. Thank you.
So I appreciate that. You took on one of the ones I was concerned about. So again, I think we're being overly prescriptive in D. I'd like staff to have the ability to look at everything. I personally like to hear from Philip on this Seal versus Kellogg. And again, we can't assume we're building all of these things. And so some of these things depend on multiple things being built. We really got to think about that. I guess I have one friendly amendment, which would be given B, that we're saying, I think trying to capture Council Member Fulseth's comments about not moving too far ahead on Churchill before we resolve those. Would you be willing to consider a friendly amendment to A, which would be eliminate the viaduct design alternative and make the partial underpass the preferred with the closure as a backup?
No.
Okay. So I guess I'll go ahead and make that as an unfriendly amendment. And again, the idea here is we're still saying B, that we're going to get down to one alternative for Churchill potentially, but then we're going to go focus on Charleston and Meadow and also get to one alternative there.
I'll second that.
Okay. So again, I'd love to hear your explanation for the no. I think all I'm doing is putting a priority between the two remaining alternatives. It's really not any different than that. So that's just my thinking. And again, my goal would for us to get to be a preferred alternative at each crossing. So, Councilmember McCormick.
The criteria is really pretty straightforward. And the objections to the partial underpass are significantly more limited than to those of closure of Churchill. So I think prioritization and ordering is where what I've been asking for from the beginning, whether it's criteria or these alternatives. So I think this is a reasonable step forward, and frankly, it would reduce the amount of time probably staff and we have to spend on this particular topic, freeing us up to go work in South Palo Alto.
So to the clerk, the second underpass should say with closure as backup.
Closure with mitigations.
Not with the underpass, but delete with the underpass there.
Sorry, just let's get closure with mitigations, just for anyone watching.
Okay. Any comments on the amendment? Councilmember Stone, your light was on from before, I think. All right, no hands, no comments. Let's go ahead and vote on the amendment, starting with Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm good with the rest of the motion. Councilmember Stone.
Well, it was already mostly addressed on D2, but I noticed still, I think just the last phrase on D2, bike improvement can be removed. Just to clean that up. But that was already the final, the last two words of the sentence. Great, thanks. I'm prepared to support the motion.
Okay, last call. All right, let's go ahead and vote, starting with Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Great. Well, we have a preferred alternative for crossing. It's red letter day. All right, so we're on to Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
I just wanted to follow up on a comment I made at some point a couple weeks ago about our time management, and on reflection, I think where we lose time is in making motions. So that's when we don't have our 5-minute clock and it takes a long time. I'm not saying it isn't the right process. I'm just identifying it as that's the point in the process when I think we get slowed down. So just throwing that out for everyone's consideration. And then with the Coverly Ad Hoc has had its final meeting for this year with the school district, and given the point we are in the year and the changes that the school district is thinking about, I think we'll probably need to do some rethinking of the master plan and how we move forward. That'll probably need to happen in the new year. Thanks.
And I think the city manager sent out an announcement today that we're having a sustainability event on Thursday at Mitchell Community Center, along with the Danish Embassy here in town. And then the other comment I had was I see many cities starting to support the state initiative on local control. And given our votes as a council, it may be something we want to visit in January if we want to put support on that as well. Any other comments? All right, well, thank you all. Meeting adjourned. Did I miss somebody? Did you have a comment? Oh, you got it. Got it.